Welcome everyone to Saturday Evening Chats. This is episode 41. Tonight we are joined by Mr. New York Outcast. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Thanks for the invite. Welcome, everybody. For any reason anybody sees moves out there, tell them to get in touch with me. I got a serious matter I might need some help with.
Moo Butts.
That's right.
And we have also joining us the co-host extraordinaire, Mr. DM Foss.
Good evening, and hopefully everyone had a good Christmas.
I know I did. Mr. Nighthawk Medic, what is going on?
Hey, not much, sir. Hey, I appreciate you having me on board. Excited about tonight's show.
And thank you. So, first out in the crowd, we had Mr. TPC, the poor conservative, followed by G Webs and gun loving grandpa, Mr. FNH, Mike. We have gun loving grandpa, Foss pulling double duty. Anybody else? Anybody else? Nope. Looks like we're caught up there. So, we've got Gizzard. So, if Mr. Gary wants to jump in, just say something. I'll shoot you a link. So I have a couple stories that I came across that I kind of want to discuss tonight. The wife actually found the first story, which is from Fox News. It was where she found it, which is talking about a Georgia gun owner who was Georgia gun store owner. So it says Georgia gun store owner elected to Congress takes aim at IRS and firearm laws. So Georgia Rep-elect Andrew Clyde arrived in the nation's capital with the unique distinction of already having a federal law named after him. The gun store owner gained a premise for fighting back when the IRS suddenly seized nearly $1 million from his bank account in 2013. Gotta love pop-up ads right in there. Not only did Clyde win his civil asset forfeiture case against the IRS, but he got Congress to pass a law last year so the IRS could never do it again. The entire ordeal really showed me that one person who is persistent and tenacious and just doesn't give up can actually make a difference. Clyde, 57, told Fox News in an interview. It says small business owner forced to battle IRS over seized bank account. Clyde, a Navy combat veteran and gun rights advocate, never intended to run for Congress, but his experience showed him there's a thin line between we the people running the government and the government running the people. In the 9th district, he beat 8 Republicans, including seasoned politicians in the primary, to succeed Republican Rep. Doug Collins, who ran unsuccessfully for the Senate. Clyde, a political novice, won in the red Northeast Georgia district because his story of standing up to the government overreach struck a chord. So, we want to talk about a little of this before we move on?
Well, that's been one of the worst things the IRS could do was they could look at you and say, "You have a lot of money. We're going to take it and prove it's legal."
Yeah, I would also like to point out that the man had $1 million sitting in his bank account, which means he's capable of fighting this battle solo, right?
Well,
Financially. So,
now, did
so
he
that's from
personally
the,
have that, or was that in his business account? See,
well, we don't know, but if your company's capable of making $1 million and keeping $1 million in cash assets on hand, you're not the 99%, right? So I'd just like to point out that while his story is courageous and one that he should be commended for, I have a hard time looking at him as the everyman. You know what I mean?
yeah, but also again, he's a small mom and pops. Kind of, he's not one of those big box stores. And so it could have been everything that he ever had that he's fought to, keep in that business. And who says that he didn't sell off firearms and he was waiting for a new order, and that's the reason why there was $1 million sitting in his bank account to go buy new guns and ammo and stuff like that to reinvest into the company.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean,
said, I'm not going to
especially when
crap
you're
on the
charging,
guy.
especially when we're charging $50 a box of 9mm.
I can see both sides of that argument. I mean, a lot of times, being a business owner, in a sense, people think you're rich, but you're not necessarily. And sometimes you do make a lot, but you also spend a lot because there's a lot of expenses and things that got to
Oh
be
yeah,
covered. So it depends what time of month this guy got hit regarding his bills and you know what I mean, things like that. So there is a variance there. That so it's hard to explain unless you look into it yourself in some cases and look at all the little nickel and
yeah.
dime ways they get you for things and how things got to go.
I mean,
So
payroll
plus he might
could have
have
been sitting
to
in there.
he might have to legally just for insurance purposes for what is it, workers comp, like have to have so much money on hand for the business and things.
There's
a lot, you know what I mean, there's a lot of ties to things that usually it looks better than it is what I'm getting at. So not in all cases, but in some cases that's how it usually breaks out for the honest little guy.
One of the things on this is police in a lot of areas have been stopping people who have cash in their car and confiscating it too.
They're a little forfeiture. Yeah.
Yep.
Big one.
Yeah, that's a big one going on right now. And you see a lot of that. They're bankrolling themselves on people who don't necessarily do their business.
They don't even have to have proof of anything. They just got to
Yeah.
speculate it, and then they can strip your bank account, your vehicle, everything related to it, and then give you so many days to come back and try to fight it with no cash. So, I mean, it's kind of a crappy deal the way they are using that in some cases.
Yeah.
I know in a lot of places with departments, especially on borders, they're kind of known for this, where if they get a call out, they'll try to send out 2-3 people, because if they can get different divisions out and they find something like money, then each division gets a percentage of a claim to that money. So if they can wrap everybody plus, measuring your car seat up into it, they get a lot of money off from that. So there's definitely some things. There's stories about fishing cabins, hunting cabins that sheriff departments have put together just for them and all this. So it doesn't all just go towards new uniforms and bonuses and decent pay and training. There's a lot to that I don't agree with personally.
Yeah, and I get it, right? Fishing like that may catch some people that actually should go to jail, but doesn't necessarily denote. It's good to hear that we've got people out there that are financially capable of fighting. I made a joke the other day that somebody didn't really think was funny, but there was some truth to it. There's a big advocacy and a push for the small business owner right now. And the one that they like to throw out there is, you were always out asking that small business owner for money for this club or that club or to the other club. maybe you should pay them back now. Well, in my experience, most of those small business owners were too smart to give money to some kitty club and told us to get the hell out of their store. So if I'm paying them back for what they did for me, quote unquote, then the answer would be to tell them good luck. But, you know, um, I think we're at a time where, and I know me personally, I have stopped completely ordering things online from places that aren't smaller businesses. Even gone as far as to change my alert system so that I only get alerts from places that are, more mom and pop. For that very reason, I think that this guy and other guys in business, uh, you see that determination and wherewithal. We should be supporting their actions.
Well, I don't want to steer this away in a sense, but I don't want to overlook the fact either. So a little secret was let out about all this. I don't know if you guys caught it or if it slipped by, but apparently the wife found this for him and gave him this. So
Yeah,
I
there you
think
go.
that just goes to show, if you like the show, you should thank the wife, because apparently there's a good helping woman back there making it better than it would have been, because he was too lazy to do it himself.
Well, you know what they say: behind every great man is a greater woman rolling her eyes.
Exactly. That's the reason why I give her the credit for certain things. You know,
I'm
she
sure
helps
she doesn't
produce
want
this.
credit for some of the show, but the good stuff, you know.
I give her the credit for the stuff that actually helps and
Right.
stuff. And then when we run it into a dumpster fire, well, that's just us.
Right. You
But
take 100% ownership for the dumpster fire.
yeah, Grim 90 is out in the crowd. Guns and Barbecue is out there. Mr. Andrew Faulkner, uh, Sergeant Joe Smith, and Midnight Range. So welcome, guys. Um, so yeah, and yeah, like talking about who knows, the reason why he had $1 million sitting in the bank. We could say, that was payroll. You know, uh, trying to do orders, especially this time. With what we're going, you may not always be able to find, firearms and ammunition. So you may be sitting on money, hoping and praying that you can get, ammo. So yeah, it could be that, it could just be that, taxes were coming due. Uh, lots of different reasons, but yeah, he fought he fought to get what was his, and not let it just be turned over.
If that is a business account, keep in mind too, if he takes contracts from anybody or works deals, as soon as you do anything regarding a business account, everything has to be logged. Like, you can't, if I do a job and it's ran that way, I can't just go to my truck and grab an extra can of spray paint and we'll figure it out later. It has to be withdrawn and purchased through that account. Everything has to run through that account, or you're looking for big issues. So some of that money might not even technically be his yet, in a sense, or it's there's services obligated out to that money as well.
So we have a new guy out in the crowd. I want to welcome him, Mr. Christian Grist. He came over from like Cav Trooper 19D. So welcome. We also have Mr. M. Gabriel, who says he's out lurking. So welcome, guys. And we have Mr. Kingpin out in the crowd, who does so much for every gun channel, big and small, putting out links to everybody's channels out in the crowd. So if you're not subscribed to him, I would definitely say go check him out. And we have the holster extraordinaire, Mr. Ozzy Orsborn, out in the crowd. So
They're all rolling in now.
I know we're starting to get people in here. So, the next story that I'm going to talk a little bit about, I don't want to kind of dwell too much on it because it's kind of a little sadder story, but it is something that does kind of tie with us. Is Ty Jordan, who dies, star Pac-12 running back from Utah, dies by gunshot at 19. So, Ty Jordan, the Pac-12 Offensive Freshman of the Year from the University of Utah, has died at 19. He suffered a gunshot wound while visiting his home in Texas, the school said. The Denton, Texas Police Department said officers responded to a shooting call at 10:38 p.m. Eastern on Friday, so on Christmas Day. Upon arrival, officers discovered Jordan, who had been shot one time. Life-saving measures on the scene were applied, and he was transported to a local hospital where he was pronounced dead. Following a preliminary investigation, we do believe that this was an accidental shooting where the victim accidentally shot himself. Denton Police Department Public Information Officer Allison Beckwith told ESPN. And so that goes in a little bit about who he is and, you know, and people wishing for him to rest in peace. So,
That's a shame. It truly is that he lost his life due to negligence. So it sounds.
Oh yeah.
We'd like to hope that that's something that's avoided, and if for some reason he was a fan of that Grandmaster, whatever the heck his name is, maybe they should be looking at him for bad training.
yep. And, you know, here's the thing is we all discuss, you know, the firearms safety, and, you know, we've all been around firearms a hell of a long time. Some of us, you know, are newer than others, but a combined experience, you know, we've got a lot of experience, and I guarantee you, every one of us has screwed up and broken at least one of the rules at least once. And the main rule that you have to think about is treat every firearm as if it's loaded until you know that it is not.
Shoot, I don't ever stop.
You know,
I treat every firearm like it's loaded all the time.
I think it's got to be approached that way. I think, I mean, if it starts off the right way and not, you know, the only guidance was a video game or this or that,
Yeah.
I think, you know, it can be kind of bred into you. But yeah, definitely. I think the problem is people are people and they get complacent and they say, oh, I took the class, I watched this, I'm good. I know. And then, you know, unfortunately, learning the hard way sometimes is a negligent discharge that kill somebody or yourself. Yeah. Exactly.
Well,
so it's just, you know, it's going to happen. Hopefully it just, the numbers stay low on how many times it does happen, because people are people. So don't be too depressed. It's sad for him. It truly is. And I certainly hope it wasn't an M&P, because I don't want them to get sued. The liberals get crazy.
We spent a night in the ER one time because I was working on one of our dryers, and I took it apart. I disconnected it from the wall, and at some point in the procedure of changing out the part that was damaged, I plugged it back in, and I don't even remember doing it, and I electrocuted myself. And so if I'm capable of doing that, then I'm capable of forgetting loading a weapon. So I just always treat every gun like it's loaded, no matter what.
So Kingpin says, was that an ND or did he kill himself? In the article, it just says that it was an accidental. So, not sure if it was negligent. It doesn't sound like he was suicidal or anything. So, I would tend to think that, maybe, hopefully, it was a fluke rarity, that, the gun malfunctioned. But who knows? Again, like when I do any of my cleaning or gunsmithing or any of that, there is no ammunition anywhere in that room. I'll drop the mag and make sure that it's completely empty. There's no firearm, there's no ammo in the chamber or anything before I take that firearm into where I'm working on it. This way I cannot mentally lapse and put a live round in the chamber.
Yeah, I'm not that precise. I clean guns with ammo next to it and stuff, and I might be breaking rules in a sense like that, but I'm very precise on when I pick a gun up and on looking at it and inspecting it. So it's just kind of bred in. Even when I'm kind of working on something, I'm still checking it. Now, people are different, though, so, and that's where people got to be honest with themselves. So, there's aspects at my work, and I'm sure, other people's work too, where if you take a wrong step or make a wrong decision, that's the end of your day. There is no second chances. So some people are, work that way. Some people don't. But even if you do, complacency is what gets you killed. So everybody screws up. So you always got to check. If you have a doubt, check. If you hesitate, check. It's just that simple. Saving that time is wasting that time double checking isn't a waste compared to what happens if you're wrong.
Exactly right. And I think if we're all real super honest with ourselves, as I've gotten older, I've gotten more careful because I know I forget something. I know that something gets left aside. I know that I hand guns to people, right, that are not the type of people that clear a gun before they put it back in a gun case every time, right? And so there's always that X factor. And I think we could all do with a little reminder every so often that, we are not infallible.
And that's a good reason to also not complain if the gun you get does have its manual safety. I find as long as it's not a hinky one, because you will find times where you're showing it or something like this to somebody, you're not walking around town like, hey, look at my new gun, but somebody at your house or this and that situation, or you're at the range and you're explaining something and you hand the gun to somebody. It's nice to make sure that your safety is engaged as soon as you involve anybody else, just for that reason, just to be safe, because people do weird shit.
Yeah. So Kingman says, my friend shot his daughter in the chest at point blank range, not following the rules. She is okay. It just takes a little momentary. I guarantee you his friend wasn't intending to shoot his daughter.
Well, let's not jump to conclusions here.
Momentary lapse. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
We don't know.
We don't, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that, it wasn't a complete and total accident. One that he will never live down.
Oh, no.
Because I guarantee you, he's probably a hell of a lot harder on himself than what anyone else could have been.
Could you imagine shooting your child? I can't even fathom that. That would be horror of horrors.
Imagine just shooting one of your best friends,
Which one? I mean, yeah, I can't even...
There's a difference, huh? That
much. Where have you been listening? Oh, wait, no.
So, Christian Grest says, at G23, That's why I have no ammo whatsoever in my main gun safe. The only ammo I have close to my firearms are at my home defense / self-defense firearms. Otherwise, all my ammo is in a separate place.
I think there's good ways people do things, and in that case, that may be perfect for him. I would
Yep.
say if I ran anything like a movie where we went from live to blanks, I would have personally go around, collect ammo, and stash it somewhere, and then have somebody else double check. That everything's a blank or whatever the case is, because it's better just to play it safe, especially when
Well,
it comes to other people. But
if you look at
so
you look
having
at that same
rule that's over safe might seem overbearing, but we're all a little different. So take it for what it's worth for you.
think about that also by you bringing a movie in. Look at Brandon Lee. Bruce Lee's
Bruce
son.
Lee. Yeah. I got a theory. I bet he whooped somebody's ass, and the only way they can get back at him was to shoot him. And then they were so mad that they shot his son too.
I
don't know.
Might
I
be
don't know.
right.
You never know. I see
Do you think it might have been Chuck Norris?
It could have been.
Maybe he disrespected a family over somewhere else, and they took it, bring it over here, saying he thought you got away. Ha ha. I don't know. It's just a hell of a coincidence,
It is.
I see we're joined out in the crowd by Earth and Scott79, formerly Scott P79.
Is it Earth, Wind, and Fire, or just Earth?
Just Earth.
Okay.
Ertahay.
Is Ertahay how that's pronounced? I'm cultural ignorance here. I'm actually trying to learn.
That would be Earth from like way back, and I think it's the mythic spelling.
Can somebody confirm that?
No, it's Earth.
I see we are joined out in the crowd by the gun-toting pacifist. Who says, I realized that my 2-year-old at the time could reach up onto the counter when I turned around, and he had my CZ PO1 in his hands.
Man, oh man.
Dude, good catch. No dead babies. Good catch.
That's a heck of a moment, though.
Yeah.
That's a scared straight moment.
Yeah.
I guarantee you, at that moment in time, his heart was in his throat and he could not breathe.
Oh yeah, that's scary as hell, man. I'm so glad that's how that story ends.
Is that the reason he's divorced now?
Yeah. Be the reason why I'd be divorced.
He says,
hey,
talk about.
There you go, Outcast.
Oh, yes.
Moo's out there.
Hey, Moo. Email Night Strike like yesterday. Stop everything you are do or New York and email him like yesterday.
Disrespecting.
Yeah, you're gonna call me Night Strike? What the heck, man? What the heck?
Hey, one Glock hater is
I need your help, Moo. So it's revolving a gift, and maybe you might have some assistance for me. Oh, I can't talk about it at the moment.
So I see we have Miss Vanessa Kitty out in the crowd. Welcome.
Our favorite kitty.
So Patriot in the Dark is out there. I do have a 1776 video I've got to make.
Yeah, I made 12 videos. I need to put that one out too. It's not a disrespect for what he's doing. It's just so much.
Well, we just had one happen around here.
Yeah.
And it was, you can call it a Christmas miracle or whatever. So,
yeah.
I will be discussing that here. Hopefully, I'll get the video filmed and put out tomorrow.
It's been a rough week in Tennessee.
Yeah. what was it? Nashville blew up,
Yeah, somebody is.
literally.
It's either there's a lot of thoughts on it, but I ask everybody to keep us in your prayers. There may be somebody trying to affect our politics out here.
I have a whole different angle on this. My wife and I were discussing this.
Gary
So
wants
Got an angle too. I call third dibs.
yes, um,
I think that he was doing what most terrorists do.
it's the so Taylor Swift was removed from the mural of country music artists and replaced by Brad Paisley.
Does that matter? I mean, isn't she the one that rides the ball and stuff? I'd assume
no,
there's
no.
a little bit of her
I
left. on
came
every
all
now and
over
then.
a wrecking ball. I don't know.
No, that's Miley Cyrus.
Oh, okay.
Okay, never mind.
Taylor Swift is the one that came out and said she was talking about, what was it? I think it was a Tennessee governor,
Yeah.
and she wanted a Democrat governor based upon, political crap that, saying that the conservative guy was our conservative candidate was all about killing babies and yada yada yada.
It's amazing how they label us baby killers, isn't it?
So you think that has something to do with this thing?
Well, so she has a group of fans. They call themselves like the Swifties or something,
Yeah.
and it's like a cult following.
Isn't that
So-
So are the ones that pay more than the rest of them, are those Swift Premium?
I guess so.
Gary, best comment of the night.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm here all week.
Gary just won the internet right
I
there.
know.
Good night, y'all. We're calling it.
Oh man, crazy
Well, so
motherfucker.
you think it's something to do with that, or are you joking?
I don't know, because it's kind of funny that
All right, I
two
guess I'll
stories-
make-
those two stories came out, within kind of a few hours of each other.
So I
Yeah.
see it from a couple of different perspectives. So he broadcasted for almost 20 minutes that there was a bomb and that it was going to go off, which
Yep.
does two things. The first thing is it removes civilians and it brings first responders. So if he was targeting first responder agencies, that's an extraordinarily devious as well as effective methodology to do that. Okay. If he was not, and rather wanted to make a statement of some kind, he didn't hit anything, right? The damage that occurred to the cellular network was secondary. And so the reality of it is we don't have any reasoning behind what occurred other than somebody planted a bomb in an RV, attracted first responders to it, and then blew it up.
I'll throw mine in here. I think there's two forms or two possibilities that fit out here. Either it was just a straight crazy person, for
Right.
God knows why or whatever the case, because it doesn't make sense to warn people. You know what I mean? It really does. I mean, if you're trying to, blow stuff, why would you go down in the middle of town to blow stuff up if you're concerned about casualties or something? You know what I mean? Just doesn't make sense to me. You could blow yourself up in a field somewhere or whatever the case is. But so I don't know. Could be, but crazy people do crazy things. So it could be a crazy person, or it could have been something that we haven't figured out yet as far as the cellular, because looking around, it doesn't look like there's anything there.
Other than that.
Yeah, tattoo shops, some eateries, things like this. There's no attorneys or nothing like that, where it could be a family court thing or divorce thing or court building or police station or fire state. You know,
I'm
they,
still
there's
convinced he was drawing in first responders.
yeah, I didn't see any,
Well,
but if
I
that's the
don't.
case,
I
they
don't
did a
think
crap
so.
job. They failed. You know what I mean? Because really, they didn't bring any in. It would have been. I don't want to explain what
Yeah,
would have
yeah.
worked better for that result, but they, you know, there's definitely things they could have done to make that happen, and they chose not to. So, for the only option is, if it's not the crazy person, maybe it's something to do with the telephone. Now, again, this is all just conspiracy speculation.
Well, the
I don't
but
think. I don't think
the
he was going
damper-
for first responders just
No.
because the warning came. There was a warning
Yeah.
while they were there.
yeah,
That
so
gave them time to clear more people out.
Well, so I
Because there's been other bombings where
yeah,
they were large bombings that were ineffective because I mixing up my bombings, but because they didn't shape the charges properly, or the explosive needed to be on one side of the
right.
cargo van and it wasn't, so it didn't do the maximum damage. And I think that's why we didn't see whatever they meant to blow up, is because they did it badly.
And as far as if it was an attack on AT&T or the phone place, from what I hear, that's a server place, and it really mainly affected secondary security issue things.
Right. We didn't.
Not
It's
necessarily
not like
right,
they
but
hit something disabling.
Well,
correct. But
didn't they take out the
what's happened
911?
with those?
No,
What's happened with those facilities? I mean, what don't we know? You know what I
They-
mean? There could be
yeah.
something that happened that we don't know yet related to that this was the idiot that got hopped up and sent out here to go make a scene and didn't even realize they were going to get blown up. I mean, I don't know. It's just, there's so much it could be, but it seems like the only target. But even so, I think it's a bad job, because you could have actually penetrated the building with the RV and let it off that way as well. So again, I
Well,
don't want
that's
to go
why I'm
through
saying
what
I
people
don't
could have
think-
done, but it looks like
Right.
a shitty job no matter how you did it. So it's probably the crazy guy. But
I don't know that you were talking about a shitty job. Again, if it's the crazy guy, warning civilians away doesn't make any sense. Okay? If it's somebody whose actions are driven by pure rage, people don't become purely rageful at inanimate objects and decide to bomb them. Usually they target emotional targets, which is people. Okay. So warning the people in the building that you were about to pop it doesn't make any sense from that standpoint. If it's somebody who's looking to draw in emergency first responders, he did a shitty job still works, right? So you giving an indication of time period gives more time for more first responders to show up. Given nobody expected the RV to go up like a 500-pound bomb, man, right? You were expecting something smaller than that, not what was effectively killing 2 city blocks. So
yeah, and there's gunshots that were initially reported as well,
Right.
which could have been used as bait to draw
Right.
responders in.
Right. That's why I keep going back to this.
Yeah, or it could have been, shots from the RV to keep people back too. Or to actually pay attention to the warnings. So that's information we don't really have yet. So it does get tricky. I guess you're right. I mean, if it's the crazy guy, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But without more information on the phone side, it seems like we're missing something.
So that hub, and RTAC is talking about it right now. I have T-Mobile service. We were impacted some by it. There's a lot of people in the southeast that don't have phone service right now. Their TBI's been down all day. Nobody could do a single background check today. I went to try to pick up a firearm, and the first thing they said to me when I walked through the door is, "Paul, anything that you want, we'll put on reserve." And I was like, "Why?" And they said, "Well, TBI's been down all day." So
Vanessa Kitty had commented, this is why many Swift tractor trailers end in accidents, like epic accidents.
What?
talking about, when I was making a comment about
Okay.
Swift, Taylor Swift. You got
Ha,
Swift
ha, ha, ha.
transportation, and most of the time, if you hear any of those, epic semi accidents, like semi took out a bridge or semi went off a bridge or whatever, 9 out of 10, you're going to find out it was a Swift driver.
This is true.
They do have a bad rap. I'm not even into trucking. I drove for a little bit, but I'm not even a trucker, and I've heard of that. I mean, they say those trucks are coming. Watch out. So,
Where's our professional trucker? We have professional truckers here.
Yep. So we have PCC Kid out in the crowd. We have the 402 Outdoorsman who's joined us.
Kingpin says he thinks it's just practice. There's actually
Yep.
some validity to that, Kingpin. I agree.
We got
Yeah.
Balding Curious out in the crowd. Artak and Daughters.
The fender bender in Georgia that killed a bunch of people, or
Uh,
that kid.
Uplift Mofo Party Plan. So welcome. And we have been infiltrated on the panel by Mr. Gizzard Gary. Welcome.
Woo woo.
Well, thank you. Thanks for having me.
You are so welcome. We missed your show last night. Some of us were bored out of our mind expecting a live stream.
Yeah, sorry about that. I just was tuckered. I got home and had about an hour to go. It's like I can't do it.
Whoop puppy, huh?
Well, when you get up at 7:30 and you start helping your daughter out, you got to build the fire. You got to cook this, cook that, and then the kids, they decided to take a nap in the afternoon. So Dad decided to put all the food away and clean up the place. So I didn't get my afternoon nap in like I normally would.
I get that.
So yeah, I got home and it's like I can't do it, guys. Sorry.
Well, we missed you. It actually reminds us of what value we hold you. You know what I mean?
Oh, thank you.
It's a good reminder that when Gizzard Gary is missing in our lives, we don't get our chat.
Well, I don't miss many, so we'll be back next week.
Yeah, screw the rest of the hens, but we miss you when you're gone.
Don't forget, you can have your at least one weekly dose of Gizzard Sunday morning for the early bird chat.
Yep, we'll be there tomorrow morning. Is it tomorrow? Today's Saturday? Yeah.
Today's Saturday.
I don't know. I've been on vacation for so long. I don't know what day it is.
Hold on, got a phone call.
I start a new job on Monday.
Ooh.
thank you, Moo. Got your email, so I'll be getting in touch with you very shortly.
So,
And I have patches I need to send out to people.
Mr. Balding Curious says something bigger is brewing, and I kind of
I
agree
think
with
he's
him.
right. Yeah.
There's just some things that are going on that, all over the country. There's little different things, and it kind of has uneasy feelings.
Well, let's be real for a minute. The Democrats have long been the party of terrorism and taxes. Every time they come into office, it feels like recently we've had some new awful ongoing world situation develop. And I don't think that's an accident.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, if I die to 8 gunshots in the back of the head, I did not kill myself.
So Moo says, at Nighthawk Medic, what's the new gig? So he's gonna be a stripper.
Yeah.
Oh crap!
I'm in love with a stripper.
I forgot. I was not supposed to say that.
Let's just say I'm going to go from leading a few people to leading a lot of people.
So, Mr. Nighthawk Medic, have you heard that they're hiring at the Glock store?
Are they really?
Yeah.
You going to work there?
Oh, I would. If I could get a job, I would move across country.
I don't think. Where's the Glock store? It's in Tennessee, isn't it?
The new one
that'd be-
is just getting ready to open in Nashville.
Yeah, Nashville. Yeah, maybe that's why we just had the bombing. Somebody's mad.
That's
at
what I'm
God.
kind of thinking. Is maybe they were irritated at that.
On a serious note, if you have the ability or, don't do much or whatever and have the freedom, getting a job at a gun store would probably have some advantages nowadays.
Well, I would want to go in because I
just
do
the perks and, discounts might be worth it if you're a gun guy. I'm just, it's an
I have
idea.
a side gig for one of my local gun stores.
I would go into the shipping and receiving because that's what I do. I do shipping and receiving in food manufacturing.
Really, no one else is going to take this. I have to be the asshole every time.
Yep.
So
shipping and receiving. Yeah, I get it.
G23 likes to stand and deliver. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, I think particularly as a retirement job, if our country still exists when I retire, I think I'd love to have a retirement job in a gun store or as a range master somewhere.
I know they are looking for people in their shooting range because they are going to have a huge indoor shooting range. I'm not sure if they're going to tie it to because when they bought that property, they also got a farm.
Yeah.
And so they were talking about opening an outdoor shooting range also at the farm, which
so Glock
I
rifles?
would. No, they're also, they have, SIG.
The Glock 15.
They'll have SIG. They'll have SIGs there. They'll have the what's that? The the attachment so you can put your Glock in too.
Yeah. Macaronis.
Yeah, they'll have those, and they'll have some of the SIG rifles and stuff like that. And I think they were talking about getting other manufacturers also that will be included in the Glock store, even though it's not, they call it the Glock store, but that's what they started out with, was just Glocks and Glock parts.
Yeah.
But now they're doing a lot of SIG stuff also. So.
Yeah, don't threaten me with a good time.
Yep.
Well, depending on what you do, there's a lot of industries out there. It's nice to have an inside track on discounts, access, opportunities for side jobs, whatever it may be. Obviously, all done respectfully, but there's more than to some people it could be about more than a paycheck because depending on lifestyle you might spend so much it saves you money to go work 15 hours a week down at the gun place or something, you know what I mean, depending how it breaks out. I can't state exact, I haven't done it, but when you really consider if you're actually into it and they don't mind you purchasing things at a discount, things, I mean, shit, why not? It's better than greeting people at Walmart, you know what I mean, just to get out of the house. So.
Well, and one of my partnerships puts a gun in my hand at no cost, and I do a little advertisement with them, and then I return the gun at the end of the advertisement, and after I've reviewed it for my channel, if it's something I want to review for my channel, right? So I'm doing a commercial for them. And then I get to, if it's something that I want to review for myself, I can add that to my channel. So, there's avenues if you're willing to get out there and stomp the pavement and have the conversations that can really make this a doable thing for you.
So,
if you're looking for opportunities, sometimes you got to step out your box and put yourself in places to get them.
Yep.
Kingpin also brings up a great point, even though he says at Foss, at G23, ask at Gizzard Gary if the micro Rooney is a part of the brace thing.
I don't know.
It was
about
not
that.
there. Yeah, I checked it.
Now, maybe they just, that would be Because
Is it-
yeah,
Technically, not a rifle of any sort. It's just a handgun in a container.
Mm.
well, I mean,
It's a handgun with a brace.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
I mean, but it is not a serialized firearm. It's no firearm at all because you
That's
have to put a firearm into it to make it, anything.
Yep.
Yep.
When you buy it, it's just an empty shell, a $200 empty shell. But,
And that'll ship directly to your house. $200.
oh,
Now,
they're
Nobody knew you
the,
bought it from.
the latest model's even more.
Yeah, I think mine was 300 some odd dollars.
Does
They
anybody
had a
know?
bunch of them in my gun shop, and they had them at $199 a
Oh,
piece.
nice.
It's like, heck yeah, I want one for $199.
I actually bought a Gen 4 and dedicated it to that brace. That's a nice system.
They are super fun.
Does anybody know? Did they copy Umarex or or an airsoft brand for that design, or did the airsoft brand copy them? Because my son had a pellet gun that fits in a shell and everything, and slaps it basically and turns it into a carbine, which is basically identical type of setup. It kind of locks the gun in place, and the round doesn't necessarily, it's a BB or pellet, doesn't hook up with any grooving or anything like that to an actual barrel extension. It just gives you kind of a longer point of aim. So
I
I'm
think
curious,
the
what came
Micro-Roni-
first?
Yeah, the inception of the Micro-Roni was what, 4 years ago?
Yeah, it hasn't been that long ago. We'll just say less than 10 years.
Yeah,
You-
So I wonder if that's a carryover from airsoft.
could be.
Umarex.
If it is, that's just an interesting point. That's all I'm bringing up, one way or the other. So
Umarex
Sure.
owns Walter.
Really?
And the PK380 is made by Umarex and rebranded Walter.
Ah,
Did not know that.
great information, sir.
I knew there was a reason we
That's-
kept him around.
That's why the PK380 isn't up to the standard of the
This is
Walter.
valid. Yeah.
But going back to the Micro-Roni, I guess I have to give a caveat that what I own is not exactly a true Micro-Roni. It's the
Yeah.
MCK, the micro conversion kit,
Yeah, I've got one too.
which there is a dispute between the original creator of the Micro-Roni, which is, I believe, an Israeli company.
Yep.
And MCK was originally the U.S. distributor for these things. And then they decided to create their own product and market it here in the United States. And there was a pretty decent lawsuit that went on for about a year over it. I know this because I made a video on the MCK, and I've had many people come on and tell me, this isn't the original Micro-Roni, right? So I was educated by my viewers. So, yeah, they do. Micro-Ronis, they do still sell their own products as well. And they claim they're, of course, superior to the MCK.
I have both, and to be honest with you, I don't think that's the case in my opinion. They seem to be the same product. Now the new model is far superior to the old polymer
Careful
model.
about grabbing that grip.
Yeah, I'd like to get one of the new ones.
Right.
I interviewed CAA at SHOT Show this
Oh,
year.
did you?
Yeah.
This year? That's incredible. How did you get the only? No, I'm just kidding.
It was in January of 2020.
It was a miracle.
Yeah.
all right.
So-
Dan. But yeah, that was the thing I'm talking about. I know I've been showing
Yeah.
it for a minute there, but I was just curious in a sense, if something like this was actually out first, and Glock was like, "Well, hey, that's a hell of an idea," because I know it's
Yeah.
been out for airsoft for quite a while now. So
I think
and
I
that is
saw the.
airsoft New York or Fred or whoever's out there for the FBI. This is CO2.
Well, no, it's more
Hi,
the
Frank.
YouTube can't tell the difference between a fake gun and a real gun.
Well, and the one thing is, another thing I have come across is if you're streaming from YouTube itself, you're going live on the YouTube side, it's a lot easier for them to filter that kind of stuff. But if you're using a third-party platform, they're not 100% sure what, because their filtrations aren't as strong, because NEPA was just going live doing the YouTube live, and he got cut quick just because he had they shut down his stream when he had a firearm. But I see a lot of channels that are using, StreamYard or using, Zoom or whoever, and being able to get away with showing firearms.
I was playing a game today and talking to a guy in there, a few guys in the Discord chat, and they were like, when I told them what I was doing, right, what my hobbies was, and the guy was like, well, you're just pretty much shadow banned all the time. How do you ever get people? And he's not even a gun guy. You know what I mean? It's so openly blatant that even people that aren't gun people, you know what I mean? Not like big gun people know it.
Yeah.
That's a fake M&P right there. But at quick glance, I'm sure they'd get you shot on the street. So.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Pop quick.
Yeah.
I
That's
guarantee you,
crazy real, dude. That is crazy real.
a police officer wouldn't question that.
They sell a lot of them out there. I mean, depending which side you look at it, you can get them almost in any model that look pretty realistic. So
I thought they did in like the early '90s. Any of those that were fake guns or toy guns,
have an orange tip. Yeah.
Yep.
Again, this is airsoft, everybody out there. So
yeah.
you can see the little thing there.
Yeah.
And 2 goes in the back. So just so YouTube knows, I'm not trying to get you cut, but if you are, being gun people, I bought this for a kid, so I didn't want him to take it from our possession to end up with his parents and end up getting shot or something. But that's the whole point. If you buy your kid stuff like this, keep a damn eye on it.
Yep.
Kids are kids and things like that. And who knows, a friend might take it to school or some shit. It has nothing to do with your kid. The next thing you know, you're facing charges. So keep an eye out. That's all I'm saying.
Well, we had an incident in my hometown. A kid walked into a Walmart with a one of those that was a Glock in a holster on his hip, and he was like 12 or something. And the dad walks up to the gun counter in the back of the Walmart, and his son pulls the gun off of his hip. And the cops were called, and it was a whole big incident. But it was an airsoft, right? And the dad didn't even think about it. He was like, it's an airsoft pistol, right? But it looked like a Glock. When you put that thing on the desk, I was like, oh, that's it, G23. Been nice doing the stream with you.
It's sad. It's got to be that way in some cases.
Yep.
But I know with the ones I purchased, one that looks like an AK, I couldn't even have it shipped to New York. It was a big old ordeal. I built a separate cabinet for airsoft, so that way I didn't have to worry about it. Plus, I had to go back and forth through family court, and so.
Right.
But it's a sad fact that you got to lock up a freaking toy or treat it as a sensitive item. But nowadays, when you think that kids are getting shot in their backyard playing BB guns, is it worth taking a chance? It's kind of sad.
Oh, no. Absolutely not.
Where Nerf guns are great, being bright orange and all that stuff, and BB guns and stuff like that. I think that's where you start teaching kids it's more kind of serious, and we're going to treat this like a practice gun for a real gun.
Yep.
But it depends. If you here you shoot a pellet gun outside, you're breaking the law, which I think is freaking ridiculous. But that's the city laws. So in the country things may be different. I mean, again, it goes for your family, but just be smart about things, because you can't take back a dead kid or something because you got him a nice toy. You know what I mean? It's a damn shame that these things happen.
So I want to take a quick moment to thank Mr. Christian Grist for swinging in if he's still out there. Thank you. And we have been joined out in the crowd by Switchpod. So welcome, buddy. And we have Mr. Wheeled and Well Armed out in the crowd.
Yay!
Dude, he has been pumping those shorts out.
I know. I'm going to take something from these guys because they seem like they're getting a lot of draw from YouTube.
So I've put out a couple shorts, and today I was watching a StreamYard program where they were, doing kind of like what Clover's been doing for quite a while, where they're reviewing channels and stuff. And one of the channels there said that, he Googled or he YouTubed my search, and I came up to the top, of the list. He's like, hey, there's like 10 other channels that you have your name, but you're at the top of the list. I'm like, hey, that's kind of cool, because it used to be I was so far down the list, everyone was complaining on how hard it was to find the channel. So if you follow the format of the shorts so that it is shot vertical, it cannot be shot in landscape. So you don't turn your phone sideways, keep it straight up and down, even though that is the most horrible way that you have to do for filming. Everybody hates it, everyone complains. And keep it under 1 minute. If you can keep it to 30 seconds or less, that is like kind of the sweet spot. So I've heard, and a lot of that I've learned talking with CloverTech, and so I've been keeping my shorts to, like less than 30 seconds, and I'm using it to promote other things.
I feel like your wife has got to be disappointed.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be good if people focus on, making it something entertaining, because I think, people get too many in their feeds popping up. It might turn out to be a thing where they just tend to overlook it, especially if you're doing a short on every, milkshake you get or something like that. So, granted, some people have those types of viewers with those channels, but, I think I don't know, and it's just me, but it's good if people kind of stay in their lane on what they do and stuff, and make it interesting to that channel, or it's probably going to get overlooked.
Yep. That's
but if we're talking about their milkshakes, right? And what we're really trying to do anyway is bring all the boys to the yard. And truthfully speaking, their light is better than yours. So it just
true,
makes
but you
sense.
got to stand out. There's a lot of boys out there, so you want them to actually click down and say, "Oh, let's see what else they got coming to the yard."
You guys can go after the boys. You guys can go after the men.
No, this is all metaphor. I
want to bring more females into the 2A. I want to bring and include them. So
brother, I got a membership at a kickboxing gym. I'm way ahead of you.
like I said in that video, I got 20 on her. If you can stream, if you do a live, you getting your butt kicked on that video.
Oh, so Samantha would fire me up. She is a beast.
She's got a good hook.
Yeah, she is absolutely a beast. And she is a very long time friend of our families. And so she is a registered nurse. And after her divorce, she decided that she was going to do what she always wanted to do, which was to open up her own kind of kickboxing self-defense gym. And I joined the gym. Not only is she our friend, but also it's that transition for me, right? To get back in fighting shape. There's a big difference between I can run and I can fight. right? As far as cardio and your conditioning. And so that's what she does is she takes people who've never done anything, right? And she turns them into people who are capable of defending ourselves. She is absolutely the pinnacle of just, I went out and made something happen. She's incredible.
It's awesome. I think it's good for people to stay busy anyway.
Yep.
You know, if you being able or doing something once don't mean you can do it again, and it's, you know what I mean.
Yep.
So, and it's kind of like the muscle memory, so you just naturally react that way. So almost same thing with shooting. You know,
Yep.
it's good to stay with it, and it's very humbling too. So you don't get cocky.
Oh my God, yes. So humbling.
So Andrew says, nothing would make me happier than seeing Mr. Happy all the time scream in agony.
Yeah, I think that makes some good videos.
I'm telling you, that would probably
I ain't
bleed me
showing
away.
mine, but I'd like to see yours.
Hey there, America. It's oh God.
I give.
That's the thing too when it comes to women instructors. A lot of it, I know the military. I had a couple, and they would really take it. They'd get upset. They had to work harder if you weren't actually trying to fight them, and so they'd make you pay for that shit. But it's natural for decent guys not to want to try to beat on a woman, but. You know, you got to look at it differently. That woman's trying to kill your ass. But needless to say, but yeah, there's some women out there, boy. They can put a beating on you. Guys, I think overlook it, but yeah, don't be fooled.
Oh hell yeah, and they're not afraid to hurt you. You know, you may be sparring or whatever, and they're not afraid to go ahead and just break your arm.
Oh yeah.
In my younger days, it was nice to have a one beat me.
Paid good money for that shit. Good Lord, what is wrong with us?
So, Mr. Guns and Barbecue says, my video of me singing has 200 views in 2 days, and has gotten me 12 new subs in 2 days. I'm going to have to do more of those.
Yeah.
Well, that fits his channel.
It does.
And, you know, he's a ninja. He's got all types of angles over there.
You know, and the thing is I really do like his, you know, new gun series that he's doing for like the new gun owners, you know, what is and stuff like that. You know, breaking it down and keeping it very simple and very easy to understand.
Yep.
You know, and not making it overcomplicated.
Yeah, I can almost comprehend most of it.
Right? I don't know. I think his best shorts that he's put out was his kids in the Ghost Tactical Packs. if you haven't seen it, yes, that is one that I don't care.
I don't know. I was a little it's cool, but I don't know. There's kids involved, and if it was clear that the kids, you know, they couldn't hear what he was saying, but I don't know. People are different. I just don't like cursing and stuff with kids myself. So shame on you, Barbecue. All in all, it was good. I still gave you a thumbs up, but
hey, you know, every once in a while, I'll thumb down. I'll intentionally thumbs down people's streams if there's or videos if there's like none, because sometimes those thumbs down will actually help, you know, with the
I'm not
interaction.
Either
and
I'm
stuff
giving
like
you
that.
a thumb, or I'm not giving you anything, or I just won't watch again. Usually, that's the way I do it. So
Yeah.
I don't stalk people or chase them or shadow and all that BS crap. I ain't got time for that crap. So, and if it does help, why do I want to help you by thumbs down? I'd just rather I just didn't even come here to begin with. So
Rob's more
But that-
upfront when he fingers you.
Yep.
damn straight, you're gonna see it clear.
Oh, good Lord. My virgin ears.
Oh, Gizzard's like, what did I get into? Really, what did I get into?
Yeah, I'm just trying to stay clear of all the flack going on around here.
This thing's flown apart so fast that you could be injured by the shrapnel.
I know, right?
Oh. So, did anybody get anything cool for Christmas?
I did. I got some real cool stuff.
Anything
My
you
wife-
want to talk about?
Yeah, my wife bought me she bought me 2 pairs of like slip-on tactical boots, which is the coolest thing I'd ever seen in my life because you can get them on and off in like 10 seconds. So what annoys me about her, or she is annoyed by the fact that I like to wear combat boots, which means I spend a lot of time getting in and out of combat boots, right? And they're basically slip-on tactical boots, and they're amazing, right? You're slide your feet into them and you're in them and you're ready to go. So those are amazing.
Now, are they like slip-ons, or are they ones that have like a zipper on the side, where the very first time you tie them to where you like it, and then you use the zipper on the side to take them on and off, and then...
Yeah, they're zippered. That would be a better way of describing it.
Okay, so...
Zipper's the way to go, man. If you got the
Yeah.
choice. Zipper.
Yeah. And then I agree. And then she bought me 4 pairs of 511 tactical pants and 2. So the pattern of CCW shirt that I like has been discontinued, and she found a manufacturer that had 4 of them. And so she bought those shirts for me. And then she bought me a concealed carry pea coat that I'm excited about. So it was a great
Alright.
Christmas.
So, I'm not sure if Artak is asking about a Draco pistol, or if he's saying that he got a Draco pistol for Christmas. If he got a Draco pistol for Christmas, I'm kind of jealous.
They're fun.
They are lovely. I still kick myself in the ass for not just buying the one that our local gun shop, he ordered it for himself,
Uh-huh.
but he showed it. He's like, hey, I just got this in, blah, blah, blah. And he said, I ordered it for myself. I just haven't put any money down on it. And I could have bought it, out from underneath of him, and he would have had to go find another one. But I was the nice guy and said, oh, no, that's all right. I'll just order one when I... And then everything happened, and the prices quadrupled on them.
Yeah, they're like $800 at my local gun shop.
Well, anybody who gets a gun for a Christmas present is a spoiled prick until I get one.
Artek says that he got one for Christmas. So he got the Draco pistol for Christmas.
So it's official. Artak's a spoiled prick.
Tell us how you really feel.
Jealous.
Yeah.
So Guns and Barbecue says, if he thumbs down a creator, I will try to respectfully let them know why in the comments. That's one way. There's times where you just gotta thumb them down, just to help with the algorithm.
I'm pretty sure that I've only been thumbs down by fellow gun tubers, so
Oh, I thumbs down your video like all no.
If you're one of them people that don't like arguing with people about stupid stuff for hours and not pointing out the issue might be the way to go. Because I will warn you, there is some people out there that they're perfectly fine until you say anything that doesn't fit something, and then it's like you slap their kid and hit on their wife or something. It gets crazy quick. So just know that when you do respond to some people out there, feel free to let me know. I'm not one of them people. At the time, somebody will say I should have tried something, and I'm like, shit, they're right. So but some people aren't that way.
Can you slap their kid while hitting on their wife? Is that wrong? Or
If you do it right, I guess there's always a chance for anything can happen one time.
Nah, I don't think that's a good thing either way you go about it.
So we are joined
Gary,
out in the
tell us
crowd
what you
by Defense Dad. Welcome.
Gary, you can't remain neutral. You're not Switzerland.
I can't remain neutral.
No, no, you must get involved. Smacking other people's wives. What's your perspective, Gary?
Wait, I thought we were smacking other people's
Stop hanging in
children.
the corner, Gary.
Well, you can get away with that before you get away with smacking your own wife. That's,
This is valid, sir. This is valid.
I don't have a spouse, so
Yeah.
They smacked her too much.
if she smacked me. I mean, you
Yeah, there you go. What was the
Nope.
Sean Connery interview where he was like, sometimes you have to give your life some white smacks. I was like,
Yeah, my
then
motto
Barbara
is
Walters
if it gets
was
to the
like-
point, to
Yeah.
the point where you got to get hands on in a negative way,
Something's wrong.
You both do a favor and just go separate ways. You know what I
Split
mean?
it
There's no
up.
point. You know what I mean? Bad's already bad. There ain't no point to make it work.
Yep.
Defense Dad says, I just got off work and managed not to smack anyone upside the head for stupid questions today.
It's a miracle.
Hey, that's a successful day,
Yes.
especially when you work in the customer.
Anything in customer service.
Yep. If you're dealing with people, there's always bound to be stupid questions.
Sometimes you have to apply percussive maintenance to humans. It just helps.
No, I think people in customer service should get paid more in most cases. I think
Oh.
anything where you're dealing with the general public, and I know people get on well wage and job, but the general public are assholes. Depending where you are, maybe you live in a nice little town, everybody's sweet, but a lot of places, the general public are pricks. Like everybody's trying to use that outdated coupon or complain about this to get a free meal, or you didn't do this, or because so-and-so said it was this price, it's supposed to. I mean, people just, like, the nice, normalest people are the cheapest bastards there are when it comes to paying for something.
I gotta remove Nightbot. I forgot to kick him to the curb after the I gotta remember where that's located.
You're kicking him to the curb, huh?
Yep.
Just pull your hair and slap your mama. Okay, let's see.
The chat getting crazy.
It's not too bad. We haven't pulled anybody in here who wants to share any parts of their anatomy, so this one's going well so far.
Nah,
no.
not sharing any of that.
Nope, me neither.
Trying to remember. There we go.
Well, hold on. Let me get my camera on. I got
There you
this
go.
cyst on a goiter on a, I don't know, with a rash that's got this pus thing, and something keeps poking out. Let me see if I can show this. No.
Oh, I'm intrigued. Pics or it never happened.
Just kidding.
Okay, so I believe
That probably get 1 million views though, right?
It'll probably get 1 million views. Dr. Pimple is now a TV show. I mean, that's big stuff these
That's
days.
crazy. I know people people really do watch that. I've seen that pop up in things, suggestions, and God, that's just not something you want to see. I don't know.
Yeah, I've treated a lot of sebaceous cysts over the years, and it wasn't appealing. Plus the smell, man.
Like if
Okay.
I'm not getting paid, I don't want nothing to do with it. That's not my field anyway.
So I see we're joined out in the crowd by Mr. Thread out there. Welcome. Mad Sexy has just jumped in. So I have kicked Nightbot to the curb. He is no longer useful.
That's what it's like being in your harem, isn't it?
Yep.
Use them and lose them.
Uh-huh.
And
Wake
he's
up.
got a
and next
little
thing you
dirt
know-
on me. I got to send him one Glock part a month.
Exactly.
I tell you, you
So-
pick up a Glock once at a counter, and there's got to be the paparazzi there selling pictures off. It's ridiculous. All I was doing was handing it to the guy next to me because I was stuck in the middle. But no,
Sure.
there's
That's what all.
names made up. I'm on Glock team now. I mean, that was just a little sample. So this stuff doesn't end.
That's what happens when you fill out that 4473 and try calling it an M&P.
Okay, hey, that wasn't me.
That's not what it says on the 4473.
You're all a bunch of damn criminals.
Guns and Barbecue says G23 at New York Outcast. No, he just said at Asphalt. I don't know.
Asshole and bastard.
Oh, in front of my kids. I thought this was a family show.
Oh, so I just said that in
G23
front of
show
his
a family show. See, that's parental guidance. You should know
Yeah.
better.
Oh,
Don't bring your kids to the strip club and be surprised when they see a boob. You know what I mean?
Don't bring your kids to the script club anyway. But yeah.
hey,
Yeah,
sometimes you need a babysitter.
Oh, good God Almighty.
That's why you put the lock on the closet.
Yeah, the daycare is next door. Next door, folks.
Hong Cho Fett says more like NC-17. No, we keep the nudity to a minimum.
But if you got a kid checked in, you get a discount on your first private booth. Probably the way it goes nowadays.
So, Mr. Gizzard, did you get anything good for Christmas?
Oh yeah, I got a package of targets that were clown targets, which I thought was pretty darn cool. My daughter
Yeah.
got those for me. I'll enjoy blowing holes in those things when I get to the range.
Are they reactive targets or are they just paper?
Just paper targets, but they're still pretty darn cool. My daughter knows me. She's a great gift giver. So yeah, I got that. I got the stocking cap with my channel logo embroidered on it.
Nice.
I know, I want one of those.
She actually she got it made at Vista Print. And they do a really nice job with that stuff. So yeah, I was pretty happy.
Fun.
My daughter can always think of something to get me that I'm not expecting, but she knows what I like.
Yeah, I just thought that was kind of cool, have your logo and everything on there. I may have to look at something like that.
Yeah, and if you've got a phone, I don't know if you use those pop sockets or not on your phone, like some of the kids use.
Say what?
Pop sockets. It's a deal that goes on the back of your phone, and you can pop it out and hold on to it, or you can use it for a stand and stuff like that. And you can actually get those made with your with a custom logo. I had some of those made up with my channel logo.
Well, I have a Zito case, and it has a little stand that goes on there. The stand is built into the actual case. It's a hard case, so if you kind of like an OtterBox.
Well, can you get your logo printed on it?
I could probably take it to somebody and have them spray painted on there.
No. All right, I'm just trying to see, because It's deflecting from his point.
Yeah, it was.
I have on the way right now. Let's see. I got my first shipment of mugs or little koozies, and the final product of my patches just came out. So there's going to be a bunch of Nighthawk Medic Shoots gear here very shortly. I partnered up with a local vendor. She's starting, and she also sent me samples of a t-shirt design. So this is somebody that I've known for many years and is trying to get a side hustle. So she's the kind of person that we're going to try and do business with here as my family.
Hell yeah.
That's a suggestion, Nighthawk.
Uh-huh.
Can you offer, if you get into t-shirts, like 2 different t-shirts, like not too different, but in a sense, 2 different qualities? Because I noticed, some shirts, not in the gun area in a sense, but that I've purchased, they're $15-$20 shirts and they're great to wear to a few events, but after you wash them a couple times, they just go to crap. Like yeah. Like, and then, if you had another quality that wasn't, $50, obviously you're spending more, but I don't mind spending like 25 or 30 for a good shirt that's actually going to last. I know people are like, that's cheap, but to me, that's expensive. I'm going to spill something on it or do something. Yeah, you know what I mean? But it'd be nice to offer a nice shirt, and then maybe, if you do different things or logos or whatever flavor of the week, throw that on the cheaper model. So as your things change, you can, people can change their shirts with it, but the nice one, maybe even embroidered or something like that, I think would be a good idea, because some people would be wanting the good shirt, and there's a difference, and you don't want to get a bad rap, so I've heard a lot of complaints when it comes to t-shirts. So, people got to realize, sometimes you get what you pay for. So don't expect to pay $15 and get a shirt that's going to last for you. It doesn't work that way.
And the thing is, using a cotton polyester blend is way better than using a pure cotton blend, because especially if you're like a bigger guy and you buy, a 4X shirt and you wash it and then dry it, next thing you know, it's a 2X. Well, now you're pissed off because you just wasted all that damn money for a one-time use.
There's a thought that I've not thought of. All of this is good feedback, guys. Thanks.
Pre-shrunk cotton. If you're going with cotton, which is more comfortable, pre-shrunk.
You can do pre-shrunk as long as it's truly pre-shrunk. Some companies will say pre-shrunk, and then you dry it one time and it still shrinks another size. So you have to kind of be careful on that too.
Well, the first round of t-shirts that I sent out, I just sent out locally to kind of experiment with people that are, who do this, and work on t-shirts and things of that nature. And so far, the first run of t-shirts went great, but they were expensive. They were about $26. But that was just bad. That's what Rob was describing, though, is they were real high-end t-shirts. They were polyester, or not polyester, but spandex and cotton.
Yeah.
And the next round I've got is 100% pre-shrunk cotton, and they're low end. They're 12 to, a triple X would run you $20, but or a quad X or triple X would run you $20, but good feedback. Thanks, guys.
And think about, if you're gonna put a link to like Spreadshirt, I'm not really saying you're going to use that company, but something like that, where you had a place that you were selling your t-shirts, offer the big and tall, offer stuff for, because you got to think about like guys like Simon Says Train and guys like me that, maybe we want to get a bigger shirt, but just because you go with a, big shirt, a lot of those times you go big shirt and then it, is a shorter length. We want to be able to have a longer length so that when you're bending over, you're not showing your butt crack or anything.
That makes sense. It does make sense. And statistically, when you look at America and the size of America's people, on average, most are a little bigger. I don't mean this in any insensitive way or nothing, but it's just the numbers. So so it would make sense to offer some bigger sizes. I haven't seen that, but I have issues with height myself.
I know.
I hate getting a nice shirt and then you wash it twice and it doesn't hide your gun anymore. And I'm like, son of a bitch. There goes that shirt. So, like I can't even keep it in rotation because one day it's going to screw me when I'm getting in my truck and an officer's driving by, so it's like, damn it.
Like I can go with perfect example. So the shirt that I got from the Poor Conservative, his woodshop logo and everything, it's a great shirt. It keeps its length. It's a really, really good shirt, and he's a bigger guy just like me. So that's where our mentality is. We're also thinking about us bigger guys. We're gonna kind of look out for each other. So, but then the one that I got from Patriot Dark, it's a great shirt, but the first time I washed it, it shrunk. And so now if I was trying to conceal carry, I could never use that shirt. But it's an awesome shirt, I friggin' amazing.
Yeah, that crap always seems to happen to the shirt or whatever that you really like. It's always that one. It's not the one you got for free and can care less about. That shirt will last 10 years, but the one you like, that gets, you're dropping ketchup on that baby. It's guaranteed.
I like both of them, and I can tell you, I got both of them for free. I did not buy either one of those shirts. They were both the Patriot and the Dark one. I won in a contest when he did a hidden gem where a lot of people didn't watch the last part of it. They saw they saw where he did his outro, and then they just left and didn't watch the fact that there was still, like a minute of the video. It's like, okay, well, I saw the outro, but I knew that there was still like a minute left of the length, and I'm like, okay, so I'm gonna, maybe he's put blooper reel in or something like that. I'll stick around and watch that. Come to find out, it was an Easter egg, and I got a nice Patriot in the Dark T-shirt out of it.
There are very few things in this world that make my skin crawl worse than getting gifts. I absolutely despise it with a passion.
You can send me his gifts.
Right.
If it's a genuine gift and not some bribe, blackmail, string attached, I don't mind. I really don't.
Defense.
Somebody takes the time out of their heart and they want to share something with you, that's fine. I just don't like the obligation gifts. That's where it's like, oh God. Yeah.
No matter what the gift is, it always feels that way to me. It's my psychology. It's not, it's not anybody. It's not a mark on any of the people that we hang out with or anything.
Sometimes people just want to do something nice for you. You know what I mean? And it's offensive if you say no. It's like going to somebody's house and refusing a drink or dinner. Like, you're okay, but it's a different level okay. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Sometimes, you just got to go with it. If it's not putting you in a spot or, they're not expecting next time they see you, they want to deal at work or some shit or, you know what I mean? So if it's a genuine gift, it's a gift. Take it, man.
So Defense Dad says, I found that with Columbia fishing shirts, they shrink in length, so they still fit, but it's a $50 shirt that won't hide my gun anymore.
Oh, that's terrible.
Damn, $50, you poor sucker.
And Moo says, send all gifts to Nighthawk Medic.
Please don't.
Oh,
I've got animals that need fed. I'll be right back.
yeah. I've got a red dot optic that I will be installing on a rock slide here in the next day or two and doing a video on that. So
What kind of red dot did you get?
Holosun 507C X2 version 2. It's the newer one that has the battery tray on the side of it instead of underneath of it. So you can replace the battery without having to re-zero your firearm.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
So, yep.
All right, I have slopped the furry hogs.
Okay, so Honcho has a pretty good idea. I'm not even going to read it.
Honcho.
It's on the screen.
What's that? Oh my God. What in the hell is wrong with you people?
Foss says that I'm sending Nighthawk
Rocket pocket. Like my Rock Slide USA, but the slide lock was a bit soft. Huh? Okay.
Yeah. So, like I said, I have to do some editing, but I went out and tested the Rock Slide with the 15-pound tungsten guide rod that I had, and then I put the 18-pound tungsten guide rods in, and it did a hell of a lot better. And so I figure with that tungsten guide rod and the 18-pound spring, once I put this extra tiny bit of weight on there for the red dot, it should factor out to like if it was running the factory 17-pound spring. So
that's pretty cool.
And having a nice tungsten guide rod in there will put a little weight under the barrel to help with muzzle rise if you're, recoil sensitive.
What, that's for a Glock, right?
You can get tungsten guide rods for other manufacturers.
Oh, no, that's all right. I buy M&Ps. They work when I get them.
It's so that you can replace that plastic guide rod that comes with yours and put a metal guide rod in there so that it will last longer. And all you have to do at the end of the day, after 20,000 rounds, is replace the spring and not have to replace the entire guide rod because it broke.
Yeah, I don't know who you're talking about, but double captured spring. I don't recall seeing any plastic down there, but whatever. Do what you got to do. You keep polishing that dirt.
Well, the greatest thing about it is we're all gun guys.
Exactly.
And that's
Some are just better than others.
I know that you keep pointing out how much better I am than you are, but I'm not trying to look at it that way. I'm just
Look.
trying to see that we all get along, that we all love our firearms, every firearm that's out there, and that we can agree to disagree on anything.
let's all just be grateful for one thing.
That the ATF got their asses handed to them and in the comment section.
Amen. Pass the gunpowder. I just wonder if they're going to go rewrite it and come back.
I don't know. I think they have something else up their sleeve, something a little more devious, and I think they're going to wait till after January 20th.
Yeah, maybe so.
Honcho says, my first video on YouTube will be challenging other 2A friends on YouTube to send Nighthawk a gift.
Oh my God. I'm going to tell you right now that you'll see me delete my account and leave forever. If that's the goal, congratulations.
The one thing is I do not believe he has your address.
Score. Foss, stay out of it. All right. So
I was saying there's at least two of us on the panel that have your address,
yep.
but I don't know what it is.
Well, nobody on the panel has my address. You have the address to a piece of property.
I send all my stuff to a P.O. box.
Mm-hmm. The only person on the panel that can ever have my address is truly New York Outcast the moment he moves away from communist New York and comes down here.
Booyah, baby. See where I rank? See where I rank?
Uh-huh. So I can welcome him to Tennessee with open arms.
America.
Every time someone complains about Washington, I tell them I hear Tennessee is a very nice place to live.
Thanks, buddy. Apparently one of them came down here in an RV.
And now you know where they got the address.
Yeah.
It's all circling around.
I'll be right back.
Yep. Of deception.
See, the thing is,
of bull crap.
if anyone has ever driven in Memphis, I'm telling you, there's some, that will anger you.
Memphis isn't actually a part of Tennessee.
Well, do you think it could be a classic rock guy that just had a vendetta against country music?
I don't know what he was. Whatever he was, I'm certain he's in a place that's more befitting his behavior.
Yeah. I'm just thankful it happened the way it did. People are going back and forth. I don't want to jump, completely back if you guys don't want to or whatever, but want to. But it's just, as crazy as it was, whether there's some conspiracy, tinfoil hat stuff to it, whatever. It's just a good thing that it didn't happen in, a mall parking lot or outside of school. Or there could have been so much worse casualties, especially if there wasn't a warning. So, that's another thing that kind of just puts a big question mark on the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So I see we're joined out in the crowd by Mr. Jason Stewart. Welcome.
Welcome, Jason. Boy, this is the way to do it. Get Gizzard to carry his program and cancel his program, and then people are in such big withdrawals that we even draw a crowd.
I know,
there
right?
You go. You're welcome.
For a while,
For a while,
I had 31 people in here.
And then we started talking about crap. Let's see.
Yeah, about Glocks. See what happens?
K1224 thought this was the high point for him. So I own a high point.
So I got one question to ask about the high point before we go too far down that rabbit hole. Has anyone else heard that Demo Ranch, who hates children, possibly owns a portion of High Point?
No, I've not heard that. He's given them an extraordinary amount of exposure. I'm certain 3 videos would give you 51% stock.
Yeah, I had no idea. I don't pay much attention to any of that type of stuff. So who knows? It wouldn't surprise me.
I forget who said it, and they just may have been, talking crap. Who knows? But it is kind of funny that he's so down on them that he may be trying to use, reverse psychology and talk so much crap about them to get people to go buy them to prove him wrong. And he's actually not, part owner or, a stock owner. So he's making money.
Face it, I mean, it's a good move whether you like the company or don't like the company in a sense, because it's an affordable gun that works. There's not much more you got to say. Everybody doesn't have big pockets, or everybody isn't into guns. They just want something. So, and there's a lot of people that drive nice cars that go get free coffee places because they're cheap bastards. So. It's just, it is what it is. It's a cheap option. It's a good choice especially now. Look, guns are selling like hotcakes. So what the hell, you buy an MP, you get a free High Point. Ooh, shit.
Well, no, and you're not wrong, Rob. It's like I said, I own one, and the thing has never stopped. It's never failed to shoot. And so from the standpoint of what does a gun need to do to be considered to be a good gun, well, it should shoot. And so do we need, in our society, do we honestly need every gun to have a name brand? Or do we need a gun that every time you pull the trigger, it goes bang? And that's really it for me. If I had no other option, a High Point would be my primary carry.
So Jason says, if you own 3 High Points, then you have more than the company's president has in his collection.
Is that a fact, or is Jason being funny? I'm still confused.
I don't know, but it's probably a fact. I'm just gonna guess. And Moo asked about a link, and it is out in the chat if he ever decides to press on it.
Yeah, I'll take a High Point over a baseball bat any day.
Amen, brother. Amen.
Exactly.
High Point's gonna work.
Yep. And that's the thing. I'm not a gun snob when it comes to something that'll run. You know what I mean?
So now we have a bovine on the crowd.
Yay!
Ooh.
Evening, fellows. What's happening?
What's going on, Moo?
I'm in trouble, man.
I see.
Rob sounds way too sober for a chat.
He does. See, initially I thought he was going to come on like a dream, kind of peaches and cream, lips like strawberry wine, and then he just whined the whole time.
Instead, he came in like a wrecking ball.
I see we have Mr. Travis T out in the crowd. Welcome.
I've had plenty of beer for all of us, by the way.
Oh, I just discovered I got a 12-pack of Stella unopened.
Oh, man.
That, I need some Jameson to go with it, though. But I can make it work.
Yeah, don't be a beer-hating bastard. Suck it down.
I know. It cracks me up. So, my son and his fiance came in from across the state. My daughter, she's sort of home from college, and we've been cooking and cleaning and entertaining since Tuesday.
Nice.
And last night, like everybody left at about 5 o'clock last night, and my wife had a nest of pillows in front of the fireplace watching a movie, and I'm down in my man cave, and I come up and I look at her, I go, it's so quiet. She goes, I thought I'd have a problem with being an empty nester, but I don't think so.
Yeah. It's actually pretty freaking sweet, man.
Yeah. Well, it's nice to see him come. It's really nice to see him go.
Uh-huh.
So
Do what you want. Don't have to, argue, deal with this, solve people's problems. You can roll around in your underwear. It's
Not
gotta
have
be
to
beautiful.
clean up caramel off of a really, really expensive couch and a bourbon that your son spills on the other side of the couch.
Ooh. Not
Kill.
I know. I'm like, man, I wish I had a can for that 300 blackout.
good. Easy now, easy. He's just joking out there.
Well,
The
see,
man
my,
has a point.
my wife would have used it, then I wouldn't have lost my hearing.
Right. It'd been better.
Oh, she was like, motherfucker.
Miss Vanessa Key says DM Foss has the coolest animal.
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
So-
I like the danger mouse. It's my favorite.
We have a hawk, a mouse, a chicken, and a cow,
And a G.
and a G.
G thing.
And a D.
Moving on. Feeling strong.
Moving. Yeah, I've been lingering since you started. I've been off in the side chat.
Very glad to see you in here.
Oh, thanks, man. Same to you. I broke my own rule and I took a nap at 3 o'clock.
Oh crap!
I know, right? And I was trying to stay awake, but I don't know what happened. And then my text dinger goes off and says, "You want pizza for dinner?" And that was at
Hell
6
yeah.
o'clock. And so we couldn't find a place that would deliver, so we just said, piss on it. We're just going to have some leftovers.
I was mad. It was 22 degrees outside this afternoon, or this morning when I wanted to go shoot, and there was no amount of clothes I could put on where I felt comfortable at the outdoor range because it's in a big open field and just basically a giant wind tunnel. And I was like, I'll go to my favorite indoor range. They said they were open, so I show up there, right? And there's a sign on the front door that says, "We are closed." And I was like, what the heck? Well, and I go, and just for grins, you have to kind of go around down a hill and around the back side to where the entrance to the range is. So I go down there, and it was like a meeting of the employees. They were all down there, and they were like, "Oh, well, we hadn't put the sign up saying, come around back if you want to shoot." And so it was fun, right? I got to shoot with all the guys that sell me guns all the time, and kind of one of those days. So I feel you, man. Wasted my entire day doing fun stuff.
Yeah, Jason Stewart. Cow nap. Yeah. No cow
Cow nap.
tipping. No cow tipping.
So I see K24 has a comment. I'm guessing it's directed directly at Mr. Rob D. It says, "It's not fair for me to judge the high point. He said the MMP works." So we are joined out in the crowd by Mr. Rougarou. If you guys are not subscribed to him, he was at 99, pushing 100. Let's get him over that 100 mark.
I think he just went over 100.
Yeah, he just went over 100.
And if you
Hell
like Tommy guns, he's pretty good at building those Tommy guns.
He
yeah.
is.
100.
Yeah.
100. That's pretty old to be doing videos.
Really is.
He definitely does have some very nice AKs. That AK-12, sexy. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, gotta love it when G23 thinks you're sexy, Rougarou. You're doing good, man. Oh yeah. Chew, boom, boom.
Oh, by the way, I don't know how many people follow my real name on Facebook, but
Yep.
I
No.
I, I put a little post. I put a little post out there about bragging about your iPhone SE that you're still using that
Oh my god.
everybody hates, and I got in the hot tub. Literally, it was about an
The
hour
hate.
after so I did the Rice thing, and I'm back in operation with the ancient iPhone SE. That baby still lives.
I'm going to buy you a 6 just so you throw that phone away.
Well, I'd have to shoot it, right?
Right. Pretty much.
Oh no, she lives. I had that flip phone that I had. I had that thing all fired up, and that was ready to. Not a flip phone, slide phone, with the slide out keyboard on it.
Yep, like the old LG.
Yeah, it's a Samsung something or other.
Yeah.
It was my son's phone, but I realized I can't get on the web with it, so that was weird.
Well, you probably can. It's just that it's really, really hard and a really, really tiny screen.
So
I was-
something.
You got lucky, man. You got
I
real
did.
lucky. You know, the next time you went out to dinner and you whipped that out to like check a text, your wife would have been like, "Please, honey, please use mine."
Here's the fact: any 2G, 3G technology phones will be going away shortly. So, if you do have an older phone and you haven't taken the time to kind of decide how you're going to manage a different phone, you need to start considering it. All that stuff is going away.
It can be done.
The little icon at the top says 1X. It's not even a G.
That's good. That's good. No, I like those old simple phones. Believe it or not, I used one a lot longer than everybody else did, to the point where I had a customer like try to send me a picture or something that she wanted, and she looked at my phone and she was like, "Oh, I feel so sorry for you," and it was horrible. Like I got shamed by an old lady over technology. Maybe it's time.
When you get old lady shamed,
you conform it.
I mean, and now with the phones I have, they're not top of the line or nothing, and I don't use them for a third of what they can do. Like, to me, I really don't care about it. But so I get the other side of it. But at some point, you're probably gonna have to switch, unfortunately.
Honcho Fed out there, his BlackBerry still rocks, and you know what? I had a BlackBerry Pearl for the longest time.
Oh, good lord!
Oh yeah, I love that thing, man.
That phone's as old as I am. That's insane.
So, yeah, one of these days we're gonna just have to get Moo completely away from the commie-loving iPhones.
Wait a minute. So you, of all people, accusing anybody else of being commie-loving?
Right? That's what they do.
Yeah. That's exactly what they do.
Right.
You're
down
exactly
the alley.
right. He's like, oh, these commie-loving mother lovers, and it's like, but don't buy an AR-15. Don't shoot freedom indoctrinated in a rifle. Don't.
They point one finger with three more right back at themselves.
Hey, I wouldn't care a damn thing if the iPhone wasn't a proprietary operating system. If they were actually running, something like Android, which runs off of a Linux-based kernel and is an open source, program, it'd be just fine. But the fact that they're just like Windows and running on a proprietary operating system and everything, and the moment I jailbreak a friggin' phone, I've just voided the warranty. But you're going to have to jailbreak the phone just to make it actually be a better phone.
Yeah, I personally got a vendetta against Apple products for a couple of reasons. One is proven that if you do searches for hotels and things, you're going to get
Oh,
different results and whatnot. And,
Oh yeah.
you know, just because I can pay for something nice doesn't mean I want an expensive ass hotel every time I'm in a hurry or something. You know what I mean?
Yep.
That's one thing. The other whole aspect is Steve Jobs himself called the, you know, he says, I'm not an idiot. I wouldn't give my kids one of these. Like, there's a lot, you know, I just don't like all the permissions. You're locked in with the licensing. I don't like a lot of this stuff to it. I mean, to the point where I almost had a meltdown when my daughter insisted on buying one recently. Like, it was a family issue because you're disappointing dad. You know, and it got to the point where I just had to stop myself. Like, you know, it's your phone. Go for it. I'm not happy. So, but I'm not a fan. But, you know, there's a line, you know what I mean? Especially with parents and stuff, you know, you can't expect everybody to love everything your way.
See, the way I would have treated that situation is you can have whatever phone you want if you're paying for it. The moment that daddy has to pay for it.
Oh, yeah, no, she was paying for it, but it's still the fact that you made the choice to get into that club anyway bothered me. So, but that's another story. I expect a lot.
Well, you know, my daughter is an Apple user, and she's got a 12. A 12, and we haven't upgraded her to the newest one yet because they're still. I don't trust them yet. But it's like with that phone, it does some things infinitely better than my Galaxy will do, right? But to then trade that off for having Apple sniffing my bottom every time I wipe it is just terrifying to me.
How about having to have a debit or credit card locked into your phone just to be able to have your phone working? If you don't have any kind of Google Pay set up, then you cannot use that phone. I don't, you know, or Apple Pay. If you don't have the Apple Pay set up, and there's no way that, you know, they can't, you know, charge your phone.
Yeah.
You know, if you accidentally hit the wrong thing, and now they're hitting your friggin' credit card or debit card, you know, for that, I can run my phone, my Google phone, you know, or my Android phone, and never have Google Pay or Android Pay ever hooked up. I don't have to put anything in there.
Yeah,
So,
I think that brings up another point is the level of privacy in some sense. Now, some people don't care. Some people do. Some people you have to for work or whatever the case is. But, you know, it does seem you can come up with more private through, you know, an Android or an opposite, you know, from, you know, not using Apple. It seems like you can come out with things more private. I know, you know, without getting into too much information, none of my phones are under my real name. So, you know, if people want to track them or whatever, it doesn't matter. You know,
exactly.
But with everything you do nowadays with a phone, you know, it's basically a computer, a banker. You got so many options. I don't use half of those options, but most people do. So, you know, you got to keep that in mind. Someone's putting all your eggs in one basket in some case. So, to me, I just not a fan. And I think, you know, I don't know. It all depends on your level of privacy. So, you know, what you like to do, but I just don't personally see the reason to pay more to worry more.
Well, I always have to have a newer phone, and of course, when the 5Gs came out, I had to have the 5G phone. Basically, from what I can tell, they really just included the ability to connect to 5G in the phones and didn't do a lot to improve them over the last generation.
I know, like the Samsung 20. Those things, I mean, you talk about the performance that's in there. Most of those 20s outdo half of any computers that were done in the last like 2 years.
My 20 is faster than every computer I had until 2 years ago. It is infinitely higher performance than every computer. And we put men on the moon with more power, less power than is in most wristwatches.
What about, remember the old Nextels where you put them too close to your car stereo and like start clicking and shit?
Yep.
I'm like, that's got to be good for you.
That's cooking
I-
your brain.
I like that little two-way service. I don't know if you guys ever had to deal with that.
Oh,
but
yeah,
I had
the
a
Nextel.
company work phone like that. That was
Mhm.
it was kind of nice because you don't actually have to call and all that type of stuff, or to reply and whatnot. And you
Yeah.
can put up private loops and whatnot with different groups of employees.
Yeah,
and things.
that was back when they charged you by the minute, but on the two-way it was free, so you two-wayed all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, those Nextel phones where you could use it like a walkie-talkie.
Yeah, that's what we meant. Yeah, and then
Yeah,
another
those-
carrier came out with a two-way feature, and that fell flat on its ass. Whoever that was.
Yeah,
My-
I don't remember.
My first cell phone came in a satchel.
Oh, they
Yeah.
had the Motorola bag phone with 5
Yep.
watts. Man, you could reach
Yep.
towers like nobody else. That was awesome. And then if you got in a remote area, like you're hunting or something, you threw the bag phone up on the top of the truck with the little rubber duck antenna on it, and you could talk to anybody.
That's what I was driving across state a lot at the time.
Yep.
Got it.
I had my boss hear me chew him out. I didn't think he could hear me because he contacted me on lunch, and I just cleared to go to lunch and took lunch and was sitting down, hanging out, stopped at a friend's to take my lunch break, and then he ended up paging me for something and or two-waying me, whatever you call it, and I had a quick conversation. And then I hung up, or thought I did, but apparently I was still holding the button or it was against my leg or something. And I was like, God damn, I hate this shit. Like, you get like 30 minutes and then they want to call and talk to you for 10 fucking minutes. I'm like,
Yeah.
give me
Sounds like
a
my,
fucking
sounds
break,
like my boss.
I started going, and they're like, I can still hear you. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then I just hit the button. I was like, I don't give a fuck. I was pissed. Like, stop
Fuck
chewing
you.
up my goddamn time. Like, I'm trying to eat a sub here. And like, shit.
Fuck you, Ezekiel.
Pretty much. Not so rude.
Fuck you, Tony.
Damn it, Moses! Get off my phone.
I used to have one of those
I
Nokia.
hate that shit. Stop calling your employees on break, damn it.
Oh my God! Huncha Fett says 5G can use the Illuminati's power to determine what you're doing, thinking at all times. Let's see. I'm a man and I'm a gun guy. What would the Illuminati glean from my thoughts? I
Boobs
want to
and
make
bullets?
love to my wife, yeah, and I want to shoot a gun. Ooh, such insight. Joe Smith's bicycle computer 20 years ago had more power than NASA's moon. Yeah.
Did you guys ever have those prepaid phones when they came out? You have to buy the cards for and all that crap.
Yes.
You have
Yes.
employers call you and want to burn up your time and you're counting minutes
Uh-huh.
and shit. Oh my God, that stuff used to tick me off. I tell people don't even call. Like, if you ain't got something important, don't even call. They're like, we're your employer. I'm like, yeah, so make it important or you're paying for my bill.
I
There's a
still
reason
have.
I work for myself. I just don't deal with bullshit. Well,
I still have one. I couldn't find it. I found this other one though.
Oh.
Yeah, the what was it? Track phone.
We used to call those burner phones.
Yeah, they're still
yeah,
burner
drop
phones. Even,
Still
phones
do.
or whatever. Yeah.
hey, my phone that I have is a burner phone. It's a Boost Mobile, and it is not registered in my name. Not one little bit of it is my true name.
What's your number?
Yeah.
Nope. Medic already has my number.
I totally have his number. Here, I'll post it in chat real quick.
I'll say there's a few people on this panel that have it.
Well, that alone is one more reason not to have it in your direct name because it is that simple.
Yes, it
for
really
what,
is. Yep.
12, I think I was paying $14 a month when I was renting apartments for people doing background checks. Like, you can find out so much about people with a little bit of information nowadays. So.
Yep. I had to change it when they finally caught El Chapo. I figured I didn't need a phone. It was that they would track to El Chapo.
Was connected directly to him. Yeah, I get you.
What
So-
happened? Your battery keep overheating, and your phone would just instantly turn on and flip screens and stuff. Because I can say I've had that happen.
I've been there before. When my wife and I were dating, I used to travel across the United States to take her out, and you know, in the years before you move in with your woman, how that used to work, where you didn't start dating with a suitcase. But anyway, I went and got one of those little, because nobody really had permanent cell phones at that time, man. They were too expensive. They were like $30-40. I had, to get 30 minutes of call time. I had calling cards, and I would stop at payphones and kind of call her along the way to let her know where I was in the trip, because she was always freaking out about that. And I think back on those days, and I'm like, man, I would literally be furious if I went to a gas station and there wasn't pay cards in there. You know what I mean? Phone cards. Everywhere had phone cards. Everywhere had phone cards.
I still have ones. There's probably nothing on them now from the armed forces. You can get cards there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'd get it, a couple cards, and hand them out. It's basically almost like an emergency type deal and stuff. To the point where I still have them. I don't even know. I assume being military, they probably didn't deduct it, but I don't know. The card, I don't even know if it'd be legible now if I scratch the numbers, but.
Right.
The thing's been, beaten beyond all recognition. But I kind of miss those days having that backup. But now even finding a payphone, good luck. You're hard pressed.
Oh yeah.
Seems we're getting a little too dependent on technology, where if things kind of got haywired, we'd all be traffic jammed, and a phone booth would be worth $100 for a minute. So.
Yep.
I don't really like that.
Well, right now the South is going through that, right? There are still people without cell coverage. You can't buy guns right now anywhere in my town. Nobody can do a NICS background check. So private sales only.
So we're joined out in the crowd by Mr. Carolina EDC. Welcome. He says he can't jump on because he's with family. So,
and clearly paying a lot of attention to them.
Well, there's a difference between chatting and then being in the show.
Defense Dad says, well, no ammo, but I still managed to spend 75.
Good job, Defense Dad.
I gotta stop going here.
I got 1,000 rounds of 9mm last week. Remington, every bit of it Remington. And then today at 6 a.m. or tomorrow at 6 a.m., I'll be waiting in line. Let me tell you something. I will be sad from the perspective of how much I enjoy sitting there talking to those guys and spending time with, hanging out, eating breakfast with a bunch of gun guys, right? In the early morning like that. From the perspective of the ammo shortage going away, that time being gone. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. I see we got Mike out there again. So, yeah, I can see what you're saying because, you build that that kind of, ritual, or at least, you're going one location, and hanging out with people of like mind and everything. And still you're trying to compete against them because you also know that they're after the same thing you're after.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're all in line, right? So I get there the store opens at 7 a.m. I typically get there about 5:30 a.m. And there's usually one or two guys in line ahead of me. And then if I'm looking for a specific type of ammunition, I wait until we kind of judge and see how many people get in line in the morning before the store opens to decide whether or not we'll take our 3 boxes or not. Like if there's a new shooter in line with us, somebody who's trying to get in shooting for the first time, most of the time, one or two of us will take a box less to make sure that they get a box and a couple of boxes.
At what point is it not going to be worth your time to stand outside for 2 hours to purchase 3 boxes of ammo.
When people are no longer there, to be honest with you. So when people are no longer there that early in the morning, I'll stop going. It is at this point for me, it is less about getting the ammo because I'm starting to be able to find it online, and more about actually spending time with people.
Yep. So, Bald and Curious says my LGS still doesn't let people in the store. Door service only.
There you go.
So is that just a New York thing? Because
Is Bald a New York guy?
My local you can get into, but there ain't nothing in there. So, I mean, just for the example, I had to go grab something last minute for somebody, and all the time I had, I'm ashamed to say, I actually stopped by Dick's Sporting Goods. So, if you want to virtually slap me, I know, virtually slap me. I try like the plague, but once in a while, you got to do what you got to do.
we might just
went
have
in
to
there. They normally have a complete aisle full of shotgun shells, and then another aisle, the other side's all rifle, and then handguns behind the counter. For ha-has, I looked over at, thinking, well, maybe they got some shotgun slugs or something. I'll take a peek. They had nothing. They completely stripped those aisles, loaded it up with other stuff, and they literally had nothing as far as 9mm, complete rifle ammo. They had 3 boxes in the whole store. They had a couple boxes of shotgun. I can't remember what it was, but it was nothing I needed. But they literally had a handful of boxes to where you used to go in there and there was at least 50, 60 selections, that were out and about, plus behind the counter. You could have loaded up all the ammo in the entire store in one shopping cart. That's how little there was, and still had room in the cart. You know what I mean? So it's pretty damn bad in my area. But you can go in the stores though. So I can't speak for his area. So they just good luck finding anything.
He says it's just that one store. So
on Christmas Day, the Academy in my town, there wasn't even steel shotgun ammo. There was 0 ammunition left in that store. Sportsman's was the same way. Everywhere it was completely cleaned out. Just 0 ammunition in any of the stores. So, not like, they've got some 38 Super, a defunct cartridge that no human being actually uses. Like, no ammunition.
Wait. And 38 Super Partisan would beg to differ.
Yes, but he's not here, and I'm trying to draw him in. If you mention 38 Super Partisan ammunition, 38 Super will show up.
At some point, 38 Super does show up. If you say his name a couple times. So we're joined out in the crowd by Ozark Yeoman. Welcome.
38 Super Partisan. No.
So, I went into Coastal Farm and Ranch the other day, and I just wanted to see, what kind of ammo they had, and plus I was looking at some, I was thinking about getting the wife and I a new set of Walker electronic headsets.
Oh yeah.
And so I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna go look and see what they're charging for them and everything. And when I was in there, I looked at the shotgun ammo, and they had some 410 less than lethal rubber bullets and some 12 gauge rubber bullets. You don't know how tempting it was to grab some of those, but I was a good guy and decided not to buy any of them.
Go for the lethal option. Yeah, you're a good guy. You can tell.
So I left the rubber bullets at the store so that I wasn't shot with the real stuff by the wife.
Rubber bullets. I don't know if I would buy rubber bullets.
I would definitely want to play with those. And
I know. See, Rob's got the same idea.
some cases, that's, I don't know. Some people deserve to get shot with rubber bullets, so we'll just leave it at that.
Well, yeah, you're not wrong. I mean,
I was thinking, how, you know, getting a couple of the rubber bullets, and then another store that I go to, they have the 12 gauge flashbangs.
Those I wouldn't bother with. They're not going to be worth the money, in my opinion.
Well, I just wanted to take them out and do a video with them.
Yeah, maybe something like that, sure. But other than that, I don't see much practical use. The rubber ones could actually have a practical use when you're dealing with anybody that's handicapped or something like that you may have to take care of that gets in a crazy situation or drugs involved. There's a lot of scenarios where you could end up, being closer than you want to be with somebody that could be an issue, but maybe lethal isn't the necessary best choice. So I think it's nice to have as an option. The flashbangs, I think you're just wasting money, but for a video, sure.
I have so many questions.
Well, start asking questions. We'll make up an answer for you.
I'm confused. I'm gonna play it back real quick before I ask Rob this question, because what I thought I heard Rob say probably doesn't make any sense. Give me a minute. Okay, that's not what Rob said. Okay, we're good.
Oh,
it's all fun and games until you drastically hear your friend say something terrifying and it's not what he said. So that's good.
Well, Defense Dad says, were the rubber bullets lubed or ribbed for her pleasure?
No, I just, I don't have any rubber bullets. I haven't had any, but again, I think it's something that's an option if you're, anybody of a prepper mindset or, it's always good to have options. That's all I'm getting at. Maybe a time is justified. Maybe it's underkill. I don't know. Maybe it's overkill, but having an extra box laying around, I wouldn't necessarily see as a negative thing. Probably not likely to get used, but you never know.
Oh, I'll field this question. So, Balding Curious says, okay, going to DC on the 6th. Can't carry a gun there. What's second best option other than a baseball bat?
When I went to New York City, I brought my cane and pepper spray. When I say cane, it is not
a wax one,
a gun. Yeah, it's not a wax or a candy one. It's just my cane. It's what I use in the wintertime when my arthritis gets too bad and I can't walk right. So I use a cane and the specific type of pepper spray that they allow.
I have.
But we should ask
one of those. I have one of those collapsible batons.
Yeah, I would just say there's, that's out of state for me, obviously, too. So I don't know all the details. And there's a lot of speculation about them searching. And there's going to be like, don't shoot before you go that day because if there's gunpowder residue, it could be an issue and blah, blah, blah. So I don't know how much of that's bullcrap or not. But whatever you do, make sure you're within the law because I think the chance of getting stopped or something is plausible. And, to just go there, show support, and end up getting jammed up for some reason seems pretty stupid. So, whatever you do, I try to be reasonable. It doesn't mean you can't have something legally in your car that you happen to be transporting or something. Things get crazy. But, whatever the case may be, I would just try to be smart. But there is, thinking outside the box, a lot of normal household items or day-to-day items that, could be just forgot in your pocket, that are illegal items. But there is little catches to that too. So, just be wise is all I can say. I know I'm considering going, but I haven't really just figured out too much yet. Pepper spray would be nice, but I'm not really going to start a confrontation. That's not my goal for
Well.
the day, is to go argue with somebody. Now, I may be in an argument, you know what I
Right.
mean, but you know what I'm saying. But being there with my family, my first goal is to their
Is
safety. So,
Yeah.
so that's just, it is what it is. So maybe I don't have that option, or it isn't given to me, and I do have to fight. But if that's the case, so be it. But I'm not going to start shit. That's not
Yeah.
my intention.
Well, and I think we need to be careful not labeling people who are prepping. You know what I mean? That puts us in the same position the left is, where we say, if you're armed, you're desiring or you're planning for there to be a conflict, right? Which is something they attack our guns rights with all the time. Truthfully speaking, when I went to New York City, when I went to Washington, D.C., and because my company sends me there periodically, I have a self-defense kit, especially for those areas of the world. Just like I have different firearms that I carry for different times of the year and things of that nature. So there's nothing wrong with making a plan. As a matter of fact, I encourage people to plan their self-defense. I've started to take kickboxing classes to get in better physical conditioning to defend myself in self-defense settings, to be able to get step off. Now I'll go from kickboxing into a martial art of some type, probably something grappling, judo, ninjutsu, or something like that. But ultimately, I think this is a good time to have a plan and to know what you would use if you had to be up north or somewhere.
And also, I would just like to add, if you can, just don't be alone. That's a plus too. It's if you can meet up, or if other people are going, try to meet up, try to go as a group, in and out. More importantly, out than in my opinion.
Oh yeah,
because you never know how people take shit, or who you're dealing with, or what pills they're not on today or are on. So you know what I mean. Be smart about things. You know what I mean. Don't just walk into a parking building and screwing around on your phone, not paying attention. That basically, like most things, if you're a bigger group, you stand a better chance of being left alone.
Like, you may check, but I have a 23-inch friction lock baton. So it's just like what the cops carry.
I wasn't sure where that was going for a minute.
So I can
definitely
salute.
Outstanding, sir.
Is it ribbed?
Yes, it is ribbed for not your pleasure. When that thing reaches out and tags you, it's just not gonna feel good.
Just make sure you got a good one. I bought a cheap one once at a gun shop or a gun show, and I was dicking around with it out in the backyard, and I hit a tree and it wouldn't work anymore.
Yeah, I had one.
This
my
one has-
sister beat a guy with it, and it came apart.
What did that tree do to you, man?
This one has, like, on the top half, it has a spring with a weighted end. So when you hit something, it's gonna kind of spring back, and you're gonna get a second hit. So you can actually hit him twice with only one swing.
But check
for your pleasure.
Check the local laws, because they might not be
Exactly.
everywhere.
Double check local that you're able to have. But yeah, if you can, a nice collapsible baton is also nice to keep on you. And I would suggest that it have a wrist strap so that you can keep possession of it just in case.
When I used to ride bikes a lot, pedal bikes, I used to have one in the holder that was for like a portable air pump, and it looked just like the air pump. So freaking dog tried to come up and bite your leg off, you could deploy it pretty quick.
Yep.
If a dog comes at you, you turn and run right at him, and they'll run off. I did it several times.
I got a story for you. So when I was a kid, I was climbing a birch tree in February in Michigan, and I fell out of the damn tree. And that wasn't the worst part. I fell right in front of a German Shepherd that was eating his dinner.
Oh, man.
And I've got the scars on my face to prove it. And I go into I was 10 years old. And I walked into the house. It was my friend's house, and they're eating dinner. That's why I was out dicking around, out climbing a tree in an ice-covered birch tree. and I go in, and the dad goes, "Why don't you just go home? Stop bleeding all over my carpet."
Nice.
So I walked home in the snow, watching the blood drip on the snow, and then I had to call my aunt, and she had to take me to the ER.
My
What's the
grandfather,
subtle of this?
my grandfather used to tell me to never play around the log equipment, the logging equipment, the tree splitting equipment, and so forth. And I was in the backyard just farting around next to the tree splitting equipment, and there was a wedge that they had sharpened almost razor sharp because they were going to split like 200 logs, right? And I picked it up, and then when I dropped it, I fell at the same time, and it was just right, and it split my right knee open to the bone.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, and it was, I could see the kneecap, right? And so I'm like, dang, what am I gonna do, right? And panic kind of sets in, so you're not worried about being in trouble anymore, right? And so I kind of, and you can't really run, by the way, when your kneecap is exposed. And so I dragged my leg and dragged myself into the house. Well, it was snowy season, and we couldn't get out. And so my aunt was a nurse, and she literally steri-stripped the wound, cleaned it and steri-stripped the wound. And she told me that I had to walk around the rest of the day with a peg leg, like I was a pirate. And so I walked around Peg Leg Pete like a pirate for 6 weeks, and it closed on its own.
Did she have the green soap? I'm using those air quotes, the green soap that cleaned out the wound.
Yeah. No, it was cleaned out with a product that they don't sell anymore. It burned like death. And
Mercurochrome?
Mercurochrome, yep.
Yep, that shit works good.
Yep. You will never do the dumb shit you did again when they put that on an open wound.
You might get cancer, but you're not going to get an infection.
Never. But I never did that shit again. That was it.
We have Mr. Mario out in the crowd. Welcome. And Mr. F&H says that he is back. So welcome back.
Speaking of open wounds, my brother-in-law is down visiting his parents with his family down in the Keys. They caught a shark today.
Oh.
And he was trying to unhook it. He went to the ER. They had to clip off a bunch of excessive skin and stitched him back. He's got 6 stitches in his hand, on his ring finger.
Nice. Poor guy.
I'm like, send me pictures. He sends me a picture of his hand wrapped in a bloody towel. I'm like, you stupid son of a bitch. I wanted to see the wound, man.
I want to see the wound.
Did he actually get bit by a shark, or did he just get hooked?
No, he was trying to unhook it, and it was foul hooked in the tail, and he was trying to unhook it from the tail. And those sharks, they can bend around and bite their own tail, and so that's what happened.
So he got bit. That's what.
Bit. Oh yeah, and I'm like, did you eat that some bitch? He goes, nah, we let it go.
No, we cut the heads off of them as soon as we caught them.
You bite me, I'm biting you back. There's a damn no.
We used to cut the heads right off of them just as soon as we caught them. Feed them in the boat and whack their heads off of them.
Just like a snapping turtle. First thing you do is grab them with a coat hanger right in the mouth.
Yeah.
Hatchet.
Because they will mess you up, man.
Oh yeah. I see the snapping turtle. Go ahead, Gary.
I said, "Good Lord, people!" What the hell?
I watched this. We caught a snapping turtle once, and we're messing around with it because we were kids, and it bit a broom handle in half.
Yep, they are vicious.
Go noodling for it and try and accidentally stick your hand in the wrong hole.
First of all, no, thank you.
You've never been noodling?
Canoodling.
Yeah, canoodling. We used to go. We went noodling, and we did frog gigging a lot too.
Oh
when
yeah,
I was younger.
Yep. Bald.
I'm real hungry to start noodling.
I was bold and curious.
Yeah. They've got a stainless 870 on the boat too. I don't know what they're thinking.
Yeah, right.
Shoot it.
Some of the guys, when they fish for skate, they're like huge flounders.
Yep.
They'll shoot them before they
Yeah.
bring them in the boat, just because
Because
they'll
they'll
break
barb
your
your
leg.
ass. Yeah.
Or swordfish. They'll
I
shoot those
almost
things.
died to a swordfish in the Gulf of Mexico. It came out of the water while it was fighting us and impaled the boat near where I was sitting. I was standing there with my mouth hanging open while my dad was screaming, "Get it! Grab the fish!"
Oh, Patriot.
I was
Patriot says,
swimming
I
in
dozed off.
the
Go ahead, Rob.
I was just saying, I was swimming in the ocean at night one time, and basically had pretty much BDUs on and whatnot. I was covered pretty well, and the next thing you know, I end up seeing like all this shiny stuff on the water.
Oh no.
And I had no idea, and it was all jellyfish egg.
Jellyfish, yes.
Oh my gosh, let me tell you, man, that was a hell of a feeling because I got stung several times. Thankfully, I didn't get hit by anything big enough to take me down because I would have been
You
done.
drowned,
It's that
yeah.
simple, dude. Just that simple. Like,
I was
Somebody-
wrapped
that
up.
was a messed up sight. It looked cool as hell. It was like, oh wow, and then the next thing you know, you're like, oh no.
Oh no!
Did,
It's
Not
somebody
fun,
do the
man.
prop-
Not
somebody
fun.
did somebody do proper medical treatment for that?
That's
on
a
it?
No,
myth. That's
no.
a myth.
It's totally a myth.
It's vinegar you need, not uric acid.
You need something highly acidic.
Yeah.
Sulfuric
Vinegar.
acid works great. Once
Oh,
the
for
nerves
sure.
are dead, you don't feel anything.
And a flamethrower from Elon Musk.
Yeah. Oh my God, dude! I saw the best thing on Facebook today. It was a guy clearing the snow off of his
I
driveway
saw
with
the
a
same
flamethrower.
exact one. That is hilarious.
I was like, I want to move up north now.
Did you see when he was like doing like
Yeah.
just shoots? He was shooting it up in the air for
Yeah.
effect.
Yeah, but the thing is anyone who's lived anywhere where there is snow understands. Yeah, it's gonna be really cool to, clear your driveway, but 2 minutes later, that's gonna become black ice because it's done froze.
Well, dude. We
So-
used to shovel snow all the time, and it didn't turn into black ice. You
No,
don't
shoveling-
leave snow to melt. Oh, you mean the flamethrower? I got
Yeah,
you.
yeah. If you use a flamethrower, if you're shoveling, that's one thing. But if you're using a flamethrower, you've just melted all that, and the cold temperature is gonna turn it into black ice or ice.
Yeah.
So
Oh.
you'd have to add a salt while you did it.
So to piggyback on Rob's story, I was down in the Keys, and our outriggers got caught up in man of war tentacles,
Oh,
and I was
man.
pulling them in, and they ended up wrapping around both of my arms from my elbow to my wrist, and went
Oh,
around
man.
my rib cage.
Oh man.
And dude, I highly recommend it if you're looking for some pain.
Yeah.
Like a red hot hammer smacking you.
A buttload of pain.
Oh yeah. So I'm like, oh shit. So we throw all the poles in the bottom of the boat and we just mash the throttle. And I'm laying in the cabin and calling poison control. And I'm like, what do I do? I'm like 8 miles out shore. And they're like, well, once you get home, take a hot soapy shower and use a credit card and scrape, all the nematocysts that are in the
Yeah.
stingers that are still on
Yeah.
your skin, and take what you normally take for pain. And whatever you do not hit it with fresh water.
Oh man.
When
yeah,
you- when
'cause
you're
it
at first-
caused more nematocysts to fire. Yeah.
They fired all of them. The osmotic differential was,
Yep.
and the thing is, we have 2 washdowns on the boat. One's raw water, which is salt, and the other one's fresh water.
Oh,
The first hose I grabbed was the fresh water and tried to spray it off, and that was the worst thing you could do. And so
Oh, welcome to hell.
going back to so I did the shower, the soap, the credit card, and whatever I take for pain was a giant 16-ounce glass of vodka.
Oh yes. Best pain medicine in the world.
And in about 2 hours, I was totally fine.
So
So I'm not allergic, so that's good.
Oh, that's
We
right.
had a couple comments out there. One, Patriot in the Dark says, I dozed off with Rob talking, woke up an hour later, and he's still talking.
Just bad timing, man. Bad timing.
I thought he was going to say something like, and they say once you go black, you can never go back. I was thinking,
Well, I want to revisit the using rubber bullets on handicapped people. I don't know.
yeah,
if
that's what I'm saying. I heard my friend say, you should only use rubber bullets on handicapped
Look,
people.
man, it's context. It's context. Let me throw a scenario out there. Let's just say that there's some mentally disabled.
Hey, Rob, just go ahead and stop.
All right, I'll stop. In the proper context, it's better than ending a life.
In the proper context.
I prefer beanbag rounds. Those
Yeah.
those little bastards in those wheelchairs and stuff.
Oh, Christ.
I don't shoot handicapped people for fun, nor do I advise it or anything similar. That is
Oh,
not
Wait,
me,
wasn't
man.
Wheeled out there? Wheeled, tell us about your friend Rob.
right?
Wow. Jesus.
No longer friends.
He unfriended me.
I'm just stating. Come on, you've all had that drunk uncle you just love the cap once to shut the hell up. So there's times and places. Maybe not under normal laws, but there's times and places.
Yeah, definitely. It was in the dark ages.
Hey, Rob, you're digging that hole a little deep. A little deeper
The
every
laws
time.
are keeping a lot of people safe.
So,
Ah, jeez.
Bald and Curious says,
Double
I do all.
cars, bam, rubber rounds.
Oh, crap.
You know, those spike strips don't work on solid wheelchair wheels.
Oh God, no, they wouldn't. This is truth. Oh man, what the hell is wrong with us?
You just need stairs. That'll stop them.
My grandfather used to, after he lost his ability to walk without a walker, he used to say, "My arch nemesis, stairs." And he would say it around people who had no idea that he thought it was funny. So you know how people are like, "Oh God, should I laugh or should I not?"
So, Mario says, pew pew on handicap. What? and
It's all about equality.
defense says, at G23, you guys are horrible. Makes me proud.
I knew you liked defense, Dad.
I get reactions like that. Should I laugh? Shouldn't I laugh? And then I start out like
Is this the end of my YouTube career?
Don't worry, Rob. We're not laughing at you. We're laughing with you.
That could be a whole
Yeah.
subreddit right there.
It
I'm
could be.
laughing at him.
Oh man, alive.
Oh,
You just
But
don't
yes,
have to lead him as much.
You're right. I can still remember the first time my father ever horrified me was how hard he laughed at that statement in that movie. I was like,
How
my
could
father-
you shoot children?
My father, the Vietnam veteran.
Oh shit!
Yeah, he was a member of helicopter crews. Laughing his ass off at that.
Ancho says, pretty sure Special Olympics. Only use rubber bullets.
This is that time where should you laugh or should you?
No, it's
Well,
time to
that
hit the
was
reset button
funny.
on the conversation. Doo-doo-doo.
Yeah, I don't know how we get that conversation.
How about them Yankees?
All we've learned from this is we do not trust anyone from New York with a firearm.
Oh, just a shotgun.
Hey, at least it's less lethal, right? Come on.
Have you ever been shot with a rubber bullet?
No, but I had a
I
bunch
have.
of
Yeah.
beanbag rounds from
Yeah.
a bunch of cop friends of mine, and
Yeah.
they went through like a quarter or 3/8 inch piece of plywood.
They suck too. Yeah.
Damn.
I've been shot with friggin' beanbag rounds.
It's all making sense now.
Yeah, it does.
I have literally been shot with beanbag rounds.
Well, I wasn't stealing Nike like this guy, but you know, so there's a difference. But yeah,
I can tell you, a beanbag round to the kidneys will make you piss blood for a couple days.
And somebody in the chat respond. I don't know if anybody else in the panel. I'm one of the few people I know who's actually been hit by a rock salt shotgun load,
Yep.
and that is not pleasant.
Was she worth it?
I've been hit with it too.
You know,
At a
that's the
distance.
worst part, dude. It wasn't even a she. It was
Uh-oh.
this old farmer had a tractor, one of the big old combiners, and me and my buddy decided it'd be a fun thing to go out there and climb and play on his combine tractor. And those things are expensive. I didn't know how expensive they were till later in life. And I was talking to my friend about how we were going to try to get this thing started, and suddenly he wasn't there anymore. And I heard boom, and my butt lit on fire. It didn't really pierce, right? It at the range he was at, it
Broke
just
the skin, right,
it
and
broke
just
the
burnt like
skin,
hell.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
just burned
I had
like
the
hell.
same. Well, not the same thing. I was just being a kid walking down with friends down the riverbank. Let's just follow the river. And same scenario. Damn farmer came out and shot at us. I mean, all we were doing was walking down the edge of the river, but that was a problem for him. So, you know,
So
yeah, it was kind of shitty, but thankfully it was no major damage. So it scared the shit out of you, though. That's for damn sure.
Oh yeah,
You know,
oh, yeah.
they shot you are.
So,
But, I mean, there's a difference.
so Rob, Kingpin says, tell Rob he can pew pew younger humans crossing the street off the bus for Rick.
Oh God!
No, man.
I don't think I want to be a part of this conversation anymore.
That was
Look,
that
I'm
was
for stopping. I'm for stopping. I got Rick's point, but I'm not against stopping. I'm not with, you know, let's just mow down the dumb ones and get to work. So, I know a lot of people feel that way, but you know,
Oh God!
defense.
I can't do that.
Throw defense Dad's statement up there about the shotgun wads. We used to do that when we were kids.
Oh yeah.
We would shoot wads at each. Wait, that doesn't sound good. But either way, it causes damage.
It causes, yeah. Did anybody else have BB gun wars? We're gonna change the subject.
Always.
Yeah.
My buddy got shot in the eye. It was awesome.
Yeah. Well, we were my father being a doctor, we were required to use eye protection. So we had those big old thick work goggles, right? But man, that was fun. BB gun wars are a blast. I've thought about it 100 times, but airsoft is so much better. It's safer.
So we were having a BB gun war, and I shot one of my brother's friends in the finger with a BB, and it actually penetrated into his finger. And a few days later, he was at school, and he squeezed his finger, and the BB fell out on his desk.
That's awesome.
Did you get it back and get to reuse it?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
No,
you just did that. Get out of taking the test.
It's immersed in the blood of your enemy. It's worth more.
I shot him. I shot him in the trigger finger.
Well, that's where you were aiming, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was
If your enemy cannot pull the trigger, he cannot defeat you.
exactly. Once they drop their weapon, now they're got to put their hands up, and they're just an unarmed hostage.
Oh, Tread's got a good one out there. The bottle rocket wars. And what about
yeah.
what about
We did those.
the Roman candle wars too?
See, Bald gets me out there. He understands New York. Sometimes you need a rubber bullet. Some people deserve a few rubber bullets.
Yes, he's right. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with a rubber bullet every so often, but I'm just saying.
We did the bottle rocket wars. We were on opposite sides of a long football stadium and just heaving at each other. One of our guys was lucky enough to actually land one in the other side's supply bag and shot all the fireworks off. We were declared the victors at that point.
We're out of ammo.
I had one of my favorite shirts burned up with a bottle rocket. minding my business, sitting in a chair, and then poo right in my chest. Yeah, I was
Girl is
damn
on
near ready to
fire.
fight.
That'd make me mad. We fought
Yeah.
over strange things when we were kids. We fought over whose sister was ugly and whose sister, it was always something.
So, Bald posted a link out there. I'm guessing it's to Rubber Bullets.
Can you buy that in bulk?
Yeah,
I don't know, but I do see that it is for the 9mm. So I'm thinking that it's directly posted at one single person.
I would take
Right.
Rubber Ball 9mm. I don't feel an obligation to kill everyone who makes a mistake. Unlike Rob, who clearly feels he should have a supply of those.
Is there really a difference
No, I
between
just, like I said, I just see
9mm
there's
and a rubber
there could
bullet?
be reason for it.
That's true.
Scenarios that maybe aren't relevant today, but it's a lot better if, especially when it comes to certain individuals, it's a lot better sometimes to be able to have a second chance with things or
There I
whatever.
was at the local school.
Kingpin says Lawn Dart Wars.
Oh yeah.
I remember
Oh,
Lawn
no.
Dart Wars.
Wait, I think me and Defense Dad were separated at birth. Blow dart wars, homemade. Dude, we did that all the time. I shot my sister's friend right in the kneecap once.
Oh yeah.
It glanced off the microwave and went right into her knee when she was sitting with her legs crossed on the chair.
the little 5'2" mom that's got the spoiled ass kid at the grocery store that looks like he's half tempted to just slam her around. I think it's justified if she kneecaps his ass with a rubber ball now and then. Personally, I really do. Rubber ball him in the balls, teach his ass a lesson. Personally, but that's just me. I mean, I'll actually chip in some of these cases and supply some rubber balls for people. But certain people need to be brought down a peg. Now that's not necessarily every kid or whatever, things like that. But there's a lot of situations where less lethal could take effect now, and shit hits the fan with your neighbors or people getting drunk or whatever the case may be. There's it's better to be able to discuss it later in reasonable terms than when people are all freaking out.
Okay, I guarantee you, if you shoot me with a rubber bullet, the next time we're talking is probably going to be my fist to your face without even any kind of explanation.
Maybe, but if you just raged out because you lost your child or something like that, or seen something traumatic and the whole family was witnessing this, and then you went to beat the shit out of your mother because she said something, everybody would appreciate it if you weren't dead and maybe had a chance to come to your senses. But that's just my opinion.
Well, yeah.
People act weird in weird situations. So that's all I can say. And it's not always right, but some cases, death, it's a choice. It doesn't necessarily have to be. I mean, maybe I'm just gonna have to shoot your ass with a real bullet later. I don't know, but at least I gave you a chance, and justifiably in front of everybody, I wasn't judge and jury during that action time.
And I carry hot sauce with me for that reason, right? So pepper spray gives me the ability to hit your reset button without, sending you to meet God. And so for me, pepper spray means I get to spray you and then I get to kick you in the balls or whatever else I need to do to get you to stop doing stupid crap. And I hear, guys, I hear it, right? Everybody out there, there's going to be somebody who says, well, pepper spray is not 100%. Well, neither are bullets.
Exactly.
And neither is punching someone in the face. And neither are tasers, or neither is any other technique in the world. I can tell you that 9 times out of 10, when I see somebody deploy pepper spray and it not work, it's because they didn't do it right. You know what I mean? So whatever your methodology is, make sure you're an expert at it. If you're going to depend on something for self-defense, make sure you're the best at that.
I don't know. I thought about shooting people that left Legos out on the floor.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
That'll bring you to your knees.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Thread says this was before those darn safety buses. Yes, we had a lot of fun before all of that. Warsaw says sometime soon I'll be reviewing AK hand guard set from TDI Arms. Hell yeah, that'll be kind of cool.
It won't be all the way cool. It'll be kind of cool.
It'd be, well, yeah, it's because somebody else gets to have that nice review.
What would be really cool is if you reviewed rubber AK bullets.
You know, I have not seen any. I did the other day when we went into Sportsman's to look and see if they had some ammo because I needed some more self-defense for the 40. Because I realized I was down to my last box because I accidentally mag dumped my self-defense ammo.
Who hasn't done that?
Right. Boy, those are a little more perky.
So in that dueling pistols, yeah, that's my self-defense ammo in the G23 that I mag dumped. Oops. Then I realized
I like it when you hand it to somebody and they mag dump your self-defense ammo for you. That's my favorite thing.
So
Common courtesy.
Yeah.
when I got home and
Buddy.
when I got home and I went to reload my mag, I'm like, crap.
There goes $30.
This is my last box of self-defense ammo I just opened, and I could not find any Hornady critical defense, but I did find some Spear Gold Dot.
That's good ammo.
180 grain. So instead of running Hornady 165, I have Spear Gold Dot 180. So I picked up a couple boxes of that. It was only like $26 a box.
That's good.
So a little over $25 a box.
It seems like you go through a lot of expensive ammo. Myself, I'd just cycle through it when it's been in, when it's collect too much buzz in the magazine or something. But other than that, I don't shoot it that often. Maybe I should more, but due to the cost and whatnot, that I'm not too concerned. And on a day to day, I usually carry mixed ammo anyway, because in New York you got to have extra magazines. But because depending, it's whether it's something that's more of a harder target or what, you may come across people in vehicles or whatnot. So I like the flexibility, but so yeah, I don't know. I don't shoot much myself. I've got boxes that I've had for years. So because if something's on sale or something, I might pick it up, but I usually try to stick with the same weights, the same brand. So therefore, point of impact all remains the same, things like that.
Have you thought about leaving Afghanistan? I mean,
So
I got Afghanistan money, so
right.
So when I was at Sportsman's, I was looking, and their shelves were friggin' wiped. What was still on the shelf? They had cases of 7.62 by 39 1,000 rounders, cases of it.
Dude, you can't find. Wait a minute, I got to see this online because I've got guys that have been building AK-74s or AR-74s. What is this? Sportsman's Guide?
No, this was just Sportsman's Warehouse. They had the 7.62
it's that
by
damn
39.
big fish story. It's some place that doesn't have online. They can't ship it.
Oh, no,
He's seen it. He knows the deal, but you can't get it. I hear his stories all the damn time.
It was Sportsman's. You can go to Sportsman's.
I have a Sportsman's here, and they'll ship to store. So if that's the case, I'm going to be sending my buddies over there.
Yep,
I know that you can't.
1,000 rounds was $440.
39 millimeter. Let's see. They're saying we can't do background checks. $12.99 for 40 rounds of Tola. That's 32 cents a round. That's respectable.
Yep. But yeah, at least the one over here by us had 400 or had 1,000 round boxes for I think it was $439.99.
Let's see. Who buys Hornady Black 7.62 by 39 ammo? let me see if I can find a more expensive version of shit ammo.
Balding Curious says the last time I accidentally mag dump, I ended up with the sun.
Yeah, me too, buddy. Me too. My wife, I'll never forget my wife asking, "Do you want to get pregnant?" I was like, "No, not right now." She said, "Well, it may be too late." Oh, okay.
Damn it.
Babies it is.
Scrambled eggs it is.
Yeah, let's do it.
So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's a respectable price. I would seem to remember getting it at around that same price.
Well, I know you used to be able to pick up 1,000 rounds of 7.62 for $199, $250, depending upon where you would go. So the fact that, you know, it is this what's going on, you know, $400 isn't horrible, and it has been going up in price the last few years. So
Oh, I can only buy now and pick up in the store. So Parker, Colorado has it in stock. 1,112.4 miles away. I could make it tonight if I left.
but can't you have them?
Nope,
You
it's not doing store to store.
Well, what about calling the store and asking them, or going to your store and asking them if they can transfer it?
My
Sometimes you have
store's
to do that kind of
hilarious
stuff.
right now.
Sometimes you have to do that, you know.
Yeah.
Say, hey, I know where there's blah, blah, blah. Can you transfer it?
I mean, how often in your life do you really need somebody pointing at you and laughing at the top of their lungs to understand where you are in this world?
As long as it's not when you just got undressed, it can't be that
Amen.
bad.
Amen. Amen, brother. Because that's a bad time to have it done. That's when you need a rubber bullet.
Yeah, or a warmer shower.
Yeah, right.
Used rubber bullet, you wouldn't have had those kids.
My first one goes under the category of semi-planned. The second one I didn't know I had till much later in life.
Sometimes.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Rob. You're roboting.
Dummy amigato, Mr. Roboto.
Domo.
Yeah, I know.
Domo, domo.
Said sometimes those rubber bullets just can't handle the pressure.
Oh, God.
Been there too.
Please send all hate mail to
shootingleftoftcenter@gmail.com. Send that back under warranty.
This one is terrible.
So Mario says that he scored 124 grain 9mm of 150 a box for $35. I'm wondering if you either 50 a box, or because I know, well, I haven't seen any of the 150 box. I've seen 100 round boxes and 250 round boxes.
Yeah, I've twice now gotten 250 round boxes for $50.
Yeah, if you watch Nighthawk's channel, you know he's got stacks of 250 round boxes.
Yeah, dude, that's what I'm consistently getting, and it's all Remington.
I showed my daughter. She goes, "They make those in 250 round boxes."
Yeah, I know.
Oh, he says it was Browning. So okay, yeah,
I'm getting
Browning
Brownings
does do.
at 150.
Yeah.
Is what I'm getting Brownings in is 150. So
I saw a box of 357 SIG today.
did you?
50 rounds, Winchester white box, $49.99.
Holy crap balls!
I
I left them in the store, believe it or not.
Yeah, I would have too. I feel like you made a good call.
Zima.
I came across some 357 SIG ammo, but until I decide to pick up a 357 SIG barrel, there is no reason I need to buy any of the ammo.
Suddenly, my idea is starting to resonate with people, by the way. When I suggested to people sitting outside in 20-degree weather to buy ammunition, that ammo manufacturers should discontinue certain lines of ammunition to make it easier to produce others, they're in 100% agreement with me. So let's get rid of obsolete cartridges. 40 Smith & Wesson, 38 special.
40. I mean, you want to talk about an obsolete round? Go with the 9mm.
Dude, lots
Hey,
more 9mm
hey.
than 40. Lots more 9mm than 40s. You have to
Yeah, but
look
they're
at it
still
that
producing.
the 40
they're still
Smith &
coming
Wesson
in.
was created for two reasons. Number one, because there was a bad judgment call by a U.S. government agency. And number two, because people were too weak to handle a real cartridge, the 10mm cartridge. So,
Yeah, but the
40
10
Smith &
mil is
Wesson needs to go away.
until they bring back the 10 mil at actual proper loading. All you're doing is paying more money for a larger case with the same powder content as a 40. The grain weight's still pretty much the same. So
Well,
why
Yankee
pay
says
more?
if you buy the right ammo, that's not an issue.
Yeah, so what I hear is me, me.
Defense Dad says, "You shut your dirty mouth."
45 ACP, two
There you
world
go.
wars,
There you go.
stopping power.
Yeah. I say we
Sometimes
do-
slow and fat is the way to go.
Flying ashtrays, man. Send it.
I don't know. Have you seen that self-defense video where the guys, or the store owner, they're in a pawn shop, and the store owner's got a 1911 on his hip, right? And so these three guys come charging into the store, and I'm sad that a human being died. But when you're talking about stopping power, he squares on the first guy who sticks a gun in his face and hits him dead center, and he's gone before he hits the floor. And you just don't see that with any other cartridge, man. You just don't see that kind of stopping power.
So Ozark says, "I'd probably take a hot 40 over 357 SIG. 40 can get 155 grain at 1,300 feet per second, and you have a bigger bullet." Yeah, but you can also go with a 135 grain 40 and watch it be screaming out of there.
And you
Or
can
you can go
probably
with the
black powder
150.
load 10mm and get the same velocity. So, you know. So once we're rid of these obsolete cartridges, that will make up manufacturing space for other more important cartridridges that are
Yeah,
more
like get rid of the
well-established.
9mm, and so that you don't have those limp wristers firing it so much,
No,
and go to real men calibers.
no. Just because you're using a caliber of firearm that was due to a mistake and a government-sanctioned error, that doesn't mean in any way, shape, or form it makes it right, sir.
It makes it
It wasn't.
so
It
right.
was not a mistake.
It
There
makes it
was
so
clear
right.
reasoning as to why, and the 40 came around for the women.
The 40 came around for government officials, male
Yes.
or female, right? So,
Well, the
ultimately,
9, I did misspeak. They couldn't handle the the 10, so they went with the 40, and the
Yep.
women couldn't handle the 40, so they went with the 9.
No, originally they had the 9. After the shootout, however, when 38 Special and poor marksmanship victimized these agents, they decided they needed to transition out of certain weapons to other weapons, to other cartridges. And then later, they're now figuring out that the problem wasn't the cartridge.
I'm sorry, but I'm choosing to believe what I wish to believe.
Gun owners are as bad as lefties.
I'm just wondering if Tennessee is a real state.
Tennessee is truly a real state.
It's a beautiful state.
It's a gorgeous state. I tell
I have
people all
been
the
there.
time, you can find just about anything except for deserts in Tennessee that you want to see.
Okay, I want to see a real mountain.
Well, by the East Coast definition, we have some extremely real mountains.
Yeah, but we're talking real mountains.
All right, let's go to Oregon. I want to see a human being with more than 3 teeth. But ultimately,
We got plenty of them.
Wow.
We're not talking about Kansas.
Oh God. Ah, man. These are fun. I wish we all lived closer. This would
Right?
be just as much
this-
fun at a local bar than when here. As we beat each other's asses.
Oh, just imagine if all of us were in the same place at the same time. That would be horrible on everybody else that was there.
Nah, man, I'm from Tennessee. We have that kind of activity is pretty normal. You would all be quite happy here. There's a nuclear power plant for Gary to work at. They sell 40 caliber ammunition, so the rest of you Jesuits can get the.
Yeah, but you guys charge way too damn much for your ammo. Like, you guys are paying $50 for a box of 9, and we're still getting it for less than 15 a box out here.
You
on the
are
West
not
Coast.
paying $15 a box for 250 rounds of 9.
Oh no,
Yeah, I
not-
promise you're not.
50 rounds. We're paying less than $15 for any 15 or 50 round box.
Man, I haven't paid more than $15 for a 50 round box of ammunition at any point in this process, except for when I got online and ordered from somewhere.
Well, look, guys, if I don't go to this rally, I want you guys to come to my place on the 6th. Make sure your insurance is paid. We'll throw a little barbecue shindig out back, and we'll see how it goes with my BLM neighbors.
Oh my God, I haven't been.
Well,
in a
they-
fist
they
fight in
would-
almost 2 weeks.
They wouldn't even have a chance.
Oh, they're
They'd
stupid
move out
enough
of the
to try.
neighborhood. They'd move out of the neighborhood if we came in, especially if Moo and I showed up. Just our pure size alone would intimidate them to run scared.
Well, these are not the most intelligent people in the world. Let's be honest with each other for a minute.
Yeah, you can't factor logic into any of this.
Moo's thinking, how did I get brought into this?
No, Moo's just remembering what his grade school teacher told him. Be careful the company that you keep.
No, Moo is just looking for another beer.
Yeah,
He probably fell off the porch again.
I am actually completely out of beer. I may have to do a beer run later.
Ooh, that is not a good thing.
I know. And beer may actually be tough to find right now because it's almost Sunday morning. Crap, I may not be able to get a beer.
Ooh, ouch. See, when I lived in South Carolina, when I moved to South Carolina, a lot of the stores had put up signs saying, now selling beer on Sundays.
Yeah.
That was a huge deal in 2012.
Mm-hmm.
That the stores were able to sell beer on a Sunday.
The actual town that I live in, liquor by the drink was a huge thing. Nobody was able to sell liquor by the drink for a long time in this town.
Yeah, see, that was the thing. Is like when I lived in South Carolina, you could go into a convenience store and buy beer 24 hours a day. There was no we stopped selling beer.
Mm.
You
Alden
know,
Curious says we should transition over to liquor now that I'm out of beer. Bald, there are things you do not need to hear in your life, including me smashed out of my mind on whiskey. Tennessee whiskey, though. Who's watching the weather?
yeah, I am.
And
Oh, the temperatures are like in the 50s. You
Yeah.
know, we had torrential rain yesterday, but today was nice and like 50 degrees and sunny. So,
hard to argue with that.
so Warsaw says he's not a Glock fan, which is okay. No one has to like every kind of firearm. I don't expect anyone to. I put up with Rob. He says, by the way, I'm not a Glock fan, but what are your thoughts on the Smith & Wesson Strike Fire pistols? So,
I've
I mean-
tested a few of them. They're pretty good.
I would say I have never actually played with one of them, shot any of them, but I sure the hell wouldn't kick it out of bed if it was given to me.
The biggest complaint I have on this Smith & Wessons is their triggers. And, if you have some skill with polishing, you can correct it. As a matter of fact, the firearm that I most recently tested is basically a Smith & Wesson with a better trigger on it. Truthfully, that's the only problem I have with them.
Yeah, people would obviously probably call me biased, but I'm extremely cheap, I think, and I look for deals and try to get the best bang for my buck. I think all in all, the looks, the features, everything, I'm happy with Smith & Wesson M&P models. Obviously, I own them. I bought repetitive or whatnot. Not that, anything's wrong with a Glock or anything like that. It's just, some people like Ford, some like Chevy. It's one of them things. They both get the job done. Obviously, again, I'm biased, but all my firearms work. I've never had an issue. I've never had a problem. I don't have all these issues like, I hear all these stories and, I'd be honest, I'd be pissed if I was spending the money most of you guys are spending and having the problems you have. I purchase just for function. If you're looking for a gun that works, the M&P is a good option. It's just whether, you like Glock or you like M&P or whatnot, but I haven't obviously seen anything that I would say might not be for you other than, if you can't hit with it or it just doesn't fit your hand well for some reason, but all in all, I think they're great guns, covered, warranted for life. There's American made. Whenever I've had a question, I've called, they sent me free parts I didn't even need. I mean, I don't know. I've had an outstanding experience. Of course, other people's may vary. But I think for the price and for what they are, I think that, it's foolish not to at least consider them, in my opinion.
Yeah, pretty much anymore, 90% of the firearms that are on the market are really damn good and really damn reliable. And so, unless you're talking about like Sky or High Point, that's a different story. Now, High Points, I only give them a hell of a time because of the fact of how top heavy they are. if they weren't so damn top heavy and they weren't so damn ugly, I would probably say that they'd be a really good contender. But when the slide is 45 pounds and the grip is 2 ounces, you got to real think about your balance point.
See, that depends what you're doing. If you're a pimp or muscle, I mean, that's a perfect gun to smack somebody around and toss in the gutter before the cops show up. But it all depends what you're doing in life.
And sometimes it's hard out here for a pimp.
Yep.
Really.
Pimping ain't easy.
No ebb and flow out of none of you. You know it's hard out here for a pimp.
Not all of us can hit that falsetto.
When you're trying to make the money for the rent.
So Warsaw says BLM are wanting to rip off Kamala and Biden's heads.
Of course they are.
After they didn't uphold their end of the bargain. LOL, now they are seeing what they've been dealing with. Yeah. People are talking about Apex triggers. Apex, makes a lot of good triggers for a lot of different firearms. Now, I have not actually bought any of their products, but I have shot a couple of firearms that have had different Apex triggers in them. And I don't know, that Apex flat face trigger is really, really nice. But again, it depends on if you like the flat face or if you are liking a more of a curve. My only downfall to like the M&P is on the trigger, it has where it bends. So I would immediately have to replace that.
I think that's one of them little hiccup things. I mean,
Yeah.
It's like people saying I don't like the angle of a Glock. I mean, you should still be able to shoot the damn thing. I'm sorry.
I didn't say I couldn't.
It's something you should be able to work around. And honestly, if you start off with a trigger that's not the best, and then if you want to move up, it's great. But you're ahead of the game. And I don't know if that makes any sense, but
oh yeah. See, the one thing is I never
focus more. You know what I mean? Make your shots count. That's all. I don't know. It's just different forms of going at things, but well, everybody goes at a trigger, and even myself, I'll admit there's a lot smoother triggers out there, but it is usable. I mean, if you can hit targets at 100 feet with a shield and no fancy red dots or nothing on your gun, it works, man.
Oh hell yeah! I'm not saying there's anything wrong with a Smith & Wesson. Those damn things are friggin' sweet little guns.
And keep in mind, most of these guns are meant to be used in the range of inside a home, a personal defense scenario. You know what I mean? If you want a target gun, buy a damn target gun,
Yep. And
really, no one else is going to say it? I have to say it. Why do I have to be the bad guy every time?
Because we have turned you into the villain on this.
I know. Rob is the Smith & Wesson shill.
He is a shill.
No, but damn it, they should give me something. I'm just a loyalist to what I like, damn it. Speaking of that, my mom called me today telling me how much she loved her new MyPillow.
Wait a minute, I have something for TPC.
I have thought about. I'm really looking at getting a couple of those MyPillows.
I'm not. They suck.
Rob seems to love them.
Hey, man, it's worked for me. I'm not calling it a miracle, but I don't know. Whatever it is, it's working. And the lady likes hers. Now I got an excited phone call from my mom about it and stuff. And, I'm just saying,
keeping the women happy with a pillow, dude. You're doing better than I am. Because
you got to keep the women happy.
I know.
I'm just saying, if it works, it works. It's like a gun. It may not be for you, but they do work.
Hang on. Here we go. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. A beautiful day in the neighborhood. Would you be mine? Would you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Hey there, neighbor. As you've all heard, Rob is totally shilling for Smith & Wesson right now. And we'll deal with his
And
ass
my
later.
pillow.
And my pillow.
For
But for now,
free.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world is mypillow.com.
This entire panel needs $300 from that motherfucker.
We all need free My Pillows and a couple dollars.
Oh man, that's
If
funny.
you get your woman into the bed and the thing she's most excited about's a pillow, you're doing something wrong, dude.
You're gonna have to work on throwing something else.
Hey,
Yeah, I
man,
know,
hey,
right?
She appreciates her sleep when she can get it, okay?
My wife
Sounds
wanted
like
one
you
of
get
those.
sleep more than she.
Yeah. My wife wanted and got one of those weighted blankets,
Mm-hmm.
and she really seems to love that thing. It makes me feel like somebody's laying on me. I
Oh,
can't stand
hell
it.
no! I could never have one of those weighted blankets.
Yeah, I'm with you guys. My daughter has one. That thing's a freaking beast, man. She likes
15
it, but
pounds.
to me, it's like tighty whities or something. You know, it's
Yep.
just too much now. You know, too much restriction going on.
So Guns and Barbecue says everyone should go listen to Ugly Kid Joe, Neighbor. It's a great song.
It is a great song.
I saw them at the Gorge in George. They opened for Def Leppard and they got booed.
Did
Yeah.
they really?
Oh yeah.
I mean, I don't know how Ugly Kid Joe is much of a downgrade from Def Leppard. Of course, the only rock concert I ever went to that I truly appreciated was AC/DC.
The last one I went to was Breaking Benjamins.
So-
At a
Bald-
biker club that turned out to be a bunch of skinheads, and I had a
Nice.
freaking great time, dude. It was awesome.
Bet you
I didn't
did.
know until towards the end, but then I started paying attention, and the guy I was talking to turned around and had a big swastika on his head and shit. But I had a great time.
Hey, you know.
So Balding Curious says, I'm ordering My Pillow right now. So now,
It's worth
Rob,
it, man. It's worth. Give it a try. Look at it. Look, it's at least a win-win. It's a win that you're supporting a dude that helps Kyle out. However you may feel on that, you know what I mean. But that was you in that spot. You might appreciate the support. On the
Hell
second
yeah.
aspect, it's a win because it is American made. So
He's
I
got
mean, even
plenty
if
of
you
money
get
to do that,
screwed and
making
it's not
$5
great,
pillows and selling them for $35 a piece.
I'm just saying, right?
and it should also be a win, or could also be, because it might actually help you sleep a little bit better and not wake up with a cramped neck like it did me.
now
My
Like Ken,
pillows.
he works
Dot
on his
Rob.
feet and busy throughout the day. Like, you appreciate sleep. Those nights you lay in bed and toss and turn and gotta get up and do it all again are a bitch. They really are.
So Rob, with your My Pillow, did you have to order it like a specific color, like green?
No, man. I walked through the door and paid full price. I'm not looking for discounts. This is for support, bro.
Yeah, but don't they come in different ones, like where
Yeah,
you
they
have?
do.
Like,
There's a chart online for firmness.
Yeah.
There's standard, and then you can make it more. You can make it firmer. They got a pill for that, but
Can you drop the link in chat?
I don't have it, honestly. So again, I'm not being paid. I didn't get a free pillow. And
Do you have a promo code?
no.
You use
Is it
code
under
Rob D.
use code New York Outcast shills for me at checkout.
God, it's so much fun. I can hardly. stand
I'm with Bald and Curious on that. There's nights that I just gotta get sleep and I can't, and I'll just go slam a few shots of whatever I can get, vodka or whatever, and then lay back down and I'll actually fall asleep. So I totally get what he's saying.
Yeah, I understand that too.
So Ozark says, wait, what the fuck? Rob went to a Skinhead concert by accident. They didn't see you? Question mark?
Dude, I was watched like I was somebody famous for a minute. I didn't get it, but everybody was looking at me, but people were nice. I dropped the dude off from work, and I was like, "Oh shit, maybe I'll stick around." And he kind of looked at me
There's a
sideways,
party.
like, he's like, "All right, well, I'll catch you later," and just beelined away from my ass. But like I said, I had a good time. So yeah, I even helped the girl out of the mosh pit that was about to get killed, and nobody physically assaulted me or nothing like that. So I don't know. I'm not an asshole, so I guess if you give me a second, I'll be all right. Well, I guess I could be, but it depends who you ask.
That's a nightmare.
So, Patriot, have a good evening, and we shall see you on another chat. And then Mike says, "Do you have the sheets too?" I did not realize.
I'm cheap, man. I'm cheap. I'd like them, but I did my part. I spent more on pillows this last week or two than I probably spent in my lifetime. So,
hey Rob, could you do us a favor and tell us about the MyPillow sheets? I'm not familiar with those.
Can't help you with that, bud.
This has been a fun chat.
Do you think this chat was worth a quarter?
It was worth a
Because
quarter.
if you do, you get 4 of these each month. And so if you think this chat was worth a quarter, you should go to patreon.com, look up G23 and drop him a dollar bill.
I don't have a Patreon.
Why don't you have a Patreon? You just got free advertising for Patreon.
Yeah, I just made you $1 and now they ain't got nowhere to give it to you. You could have been rich.
They can send it to me instead. I'll take his money.
Balding Curious says, by the way, if you have Honey extension on your browser, it'll save an additional 10%.
If you go to geico.com, you can save 15% on your car insurance too.
Not if you already have Geico.
Well,
Geico's tired of my crap. They're not saving me any extra.
I've had Geico for a long time.
So have I. They have stopped giving me discounts. They're still giving discounts to new people, but Geico's like, no, you've been here 4 hours. You eat everything.
Well, they heard that you didn't like free stuff, so.
Yeah, I don't like gifts.
You guys see this shit? Even the cat likes my damn pillow. Even the cat.
Oh, the cat likes my pillow.
So my wife is 6'1", so she's had some issues over the years with getting a pillow that's comfortable for her to sleep on, which she doesn't have the best back in the world anymore in our older age, and so we have
should be nicer to her. Damn.
No,
yeah, really.
nice to her.
Come on, I thought you were a gentle lover.
I'm a generous and gentle lover, but we've spent hundreds of, probably at this point thousands, a couple $1,000s on pillows, and so we have all of these really, really super expensive and nice, like it's got memory foam and blah 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 pillows. Well, she's just basically, she gets one that works for a while and then it's gone, right? It doesn't work for her anymore. And so we have so many of those pillows laying around the house that I don't buy a pillow anymore. I just go grab one of those, memory foam blah blah blahs and put it into circulation.
All I gotta say is Rob should look at the comment on screen.
Rob, it's just going to be hateful.
That's funny. That's funny.
They're just going to be mean to you, Rob.
I try not to kiss and tell, so I'll leave that one alone. But
So translation, Rob gets more tail than anybody on the panel.
Well, you did see what was on his pillow.
Don't be jealous, guys. Don't be jealous. You know, you did a little laundry once in a while, washed your own damn dishes. You'd be surprised what could happen, okay?
Oh man.
Just put in a little effort, is what you're saying.
Gentlemen, try to keep the
Yeah.
hands up there. Nothing below the waist. Oh man, that's great.
He says, sorry, you walked into that one.
Yep.
Can't show you what's on my pillow.
Whipped.
He went right there with you. He didn't even hold back. Just
And just for the record, for everybody out there, if you have a nice pillow, especially a nice new My Pillow, and you're gonna get crazy, you know it is washable. But if you want to save enough, just throw a towel over the pillows, okay?
Hand towel or beach towel?
beach towel.
It doesn't matter. Just get it.
Got to soak that shit up.
Just get it done.
That's kind of
Repulsive.
Like,
Yes, you're exactly right.
Did anyone ever listen to Bob and Tom when they were on?
Yes. I listened to Bob and Tom.
When they were alive, they'd die.
When they did
Is their show still on?
I'm gonna say I listen to it every day. So
Ah,
they did the What Would Yoda Say?
no. What would Yoda say?
Just YouTube search Bob and Tom. What would Yoda say?
Let's pretend that I'm interested and I'm going to watch it. So tell me about it.
Oh, it is some hysterical comedian. Like, yeah.
Defense Dad has a legit question.
So come with me into the land of
Can you use a mud?
believe.
Oh shit! I gotta take my dog out. I'll be right back.
We
Who
heard.
took the dog out? Move.
What I heard was,
move.
"Come take the dog out."
Right?
No, she said she's coming downstairs. Let her out.
Okay.
Pretty much,
See,
yeah.
I'm going for the next picture of the pillow. I'm
There you go.
up the
There you
game. Hang on.
I don't know if we're going to like this.
It's your chat. There's skin off my nose.
Have a great evening, Mario. I know it's getting kind of late back there on the East Coast.
I have to decide what I'm going to do for dinner. My wife went down to see her parents.
Get pizza. That's what I did.
I think that's what I'm going to have to do, brother. I think you're exactly right. And I don't have I don't have any range duties tomorrow, so I plan on spending my entire day sitting on my butt in front of the computer chatting with gun guys. Yay!
Yeah.
You could do pizza and beer.
Beer is on its way, and we're gonna get pizza moving next.
Did you DoorDash it?
Yep.
Okay, so the wife and I were heading to Human Bean Coffee Shop to get some coffee today. And on the radio, I hear an ad for a place, for a pot store that said that they now have delivery service. They will deliver your pot to your door. You do not have to drive to the store to get your pot.
Why can't I get my beta blockers delivered to me? Walgreens calls me and annoys me to remind me.
I'm like, wait a minute. Didn't this used to be illegal to have people drive weed to your front door?
a lot of people do have pharmacies that will do delivery. I don't know, Nighthawk, if you are serious about that. So
I am
I'm
serious.
sure,
Actually.
like with that weed place, there's probably a delivery fee involved or something. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's a
Well,
little strange, but it's kind of going with the times these days. Not
yeah,
saying it's right or wrong or speaking anything on that matter, but just the fact that to me, there's no shock. If you can pretty much get anything else delivered nowadays, almost in a
why
sense.
not?
So you
Yeah.
would assume they're gonna hop on board to that, and maybe for insurance reason, they'd rather not have high people pulling in their parking lot any damn way. So I don't know.
I agree
So
with that concept. I'm
so
the guy who says, hey, are we either going to have a fake quarantine or not? So let's go all the way with this, right? I want everything delivered to me.
You used to have to buy the guy a 6-pack of beer if he brought over a QP of weed.
Yeah,
Right?
right. And the $40.
Bald must be listening to it or have heard it, because that is part of the show. Bend over and show me your dark side. In the Yoda voice.
Sorry,
Bend
Rob.
over and show me your dark side, you must.
Sleep in the wet spot, I won't.
Or else you get the rubber bullet again.
Oh, good Lord. Not the silver. Oh, rubber. Sorry.
Come on, guys. Come on.
Come on, man.
You know, I am
started.
You should be able to be with a lady you're not afraid to keep the lights on with.
You know, my wife and I are at the age now where having the lights off is probably healthy. I'm just
As long
saying.
as you can get it done in between commercials.
Right. Or before dinner.
Yeah, because after dinner you might as well.
Yeah, it's over. The couch and sleep. Yeah.
You see that's when the wife ends up running off with the pool boy and all that. Like, you guys got to keep your interest. Don't get complacent.
Don't be getting my hopes up.
Yeah, don't threaten me with a good time. I've reached that point in life where somewhere out there is a 26-year-old that needs my money. So if the wife runs off,
yeah, I don't know. That's like paying for it. It's not the same, man.
how? Okay, that's because you're
always
still
paying
young.
for it.
And I've never paid for it. I'm just clarifying, not straight out anyway.
Sir, you are paying for it
Pay
as
for
we
it every
speak.
day. You pay for it every single day.
I can't tell you how much cheaper a 26-year-old would be. No, my wife and I are plenty happy because she might listen to this later.
I don't think your wife is ever going to listen to my channel.
My wife has been
pretty
in a
firm
few
about
of your
that 26. I wonder what that means.
No, so the rule is at least 2 years older than your daughter when she's of age.
Wait, who's making these rules, man?
You don't want to be dating a girl the same
Now,
age.
is that a daughter approved ratio?
That is
How does
a
that
daughter
work?
approved ratio. That's correct. My daughter told me if mom ever dies, you're not allowed to date a woman that is more than 2 years.
That's why people sneak around all the time.
Uh-huh.
No.
She said, I don't want to be calling somebody my age mom. I said, no, you'll call her Christy Walker. She said, who's Christy Walker?
I can understand that, though. It's got to be putting people in a weird spot when it comes to relationships like that, when there is that drastic of an extreme with kids involved and things. It's definitely, what people say what they want, but I'm sure people got their own opinions about that as soon as you walk past. So,
well, at this point in my life, so if my wife were to die tomorrow, I would probably find a woman out there that had a couple of kids and was struggling to make it and marry her. And people are like, that seems a little weird. But, I loved and I thoroughly enjoyed raising kids. And I've got a lot more resources now than I ever had when we were rearing kids. You know what I mean?
I
And
guess. I mean, it kind of sounded like sexual slavery, but okay.
Stop
So,
the madness.
I'm not
Call
exactly
it
sure.
what you want, I guess, but all right.
Now call me daddy.
I'm not exactly sure where Ozark's going with this because he says, "Me too, older guy."
I think he's saying hashtag me too. And see, I could never understand it because that was the pound sign when I was growing up. So when that first came out, I was like, "Pound me too." What?
Oh, that was like the
I
number
just
sign.
did.
Yeah, right.
It was the number sign.
What are you all mad about? Yeah, we used to call that the pound sign, though.
Well, yeah, but back in grade school and stuff, you'd have to put like the number sign, number 1, number 2.
No, we just put the number.
I get what you're saying. I know the
Yeah.
reference to it for a number, obviously, yeah.
Yeah,
But I also recall pound and
Yep.
yeah. Now it's
Pound-
what
Pound
hashtag.
67.
Hashtag.
Yeah,
If you
they
wanna-
keep changing shit. They expect everybody to keep up with all this crap.
Well,
If
it's
you
because
wanna-
we do keep up, right? We comply with that. As long as we continue to comply with that, they will continue to run the culture.
I
it
thought it
seems-
was we were just trying to figure out what the hell our kids were actually saying to us, but
Yeah, man, forget that. I've given up on that years ago.
Gag me with a spoon.
Yeah, gag me with a spoon.
Like
Okay.
like
Not
you
a problem.
like don't have a cow, man.
know. Bart Simpson was for president.
Yes.
Cowabunga, dude.
Nah, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles were morons. G.I. Joe.
kick ass.
Beavis and Butthead were definitely morons.
Cornholio, I need TP for my bunghole.
Gary,
I shouldn't have went there.
Gary,
Gary,
can you do it? You got the shirt on?
we need your support here, Gary.
Did you guys watch that episode?
I did.
No.
Gary,
Gary's like, I have gone to sleep. This is gone. No.
wait. Oh shit! Where's my piece of shit iPhone?
Gary is currently swimming in a bucket of
Chicken?
melted butter and hot sauce right now. Okay.
Oh,
He needs a moment to keep his sizzly flavor and complexion down.
What?
Gary came back. And
Oh, I was
we're
gonna wake you.
blasphemers.
I was gonna wake you up.
I sneak away to go use a toity, and what do you people start talking about?
Oh, they started talking about cornholio, and I went, Gary, do you get the shirt on?
Any shirt will do.
Well, I didn't want to pigeonhole you, chicken.
Chicken hole you. Ew.
Hey,
We've just come up with a new phrase.
that was one of the best chats ever. When we're talking, we had Gizholio.
Yeah,
Is hole
that was on Midnight Show, wasn't it?
Oh, was that?
The great
Yeah.
gets hold.
He took a screenshot of it and made an avatar out of it.
Yeah, he did.
You gotta love these guys.
Ooh, I hear a chicken. I
It's
hear
a
a chicken in
fake
the background.
chicken. A real chicken sounds like this.
That sounds like one of those
Ozark
Christmas.
Yeoman.
I tell you, the
Oh,
rumors
yeah.
about chickens, roosters, and stuff, they're all a bunch of fake crap, man.
Fake chicken.
Nice. Yeah, well, this roof job I was on up on the middle of the hill out here, like the damn rooster would start going off, and it was like 10:30, and I'm like, well, where the hell you been? You know what I mean? Like, what kind of shit is that? Like, you know,
It's almost lunchtime.
yeah, like Jesus, I didn't get that. I'm like, well, I'm glad I wasn't waiting on your call for start of day. Like, my goodness, and it was every day. It was like 10:30. I don't know if you can just like, you know, I don't know if you can program your chicken for a different time or a rooster
That might
or
be a
how
good-
that works, but it was a little strange.
If your night shift is the rooster show up at 3 p.m.
It is bad defense dad.
Defense dad got us. Because it's pretty bad when Moo, one of the most level-headed people on the panel tonight.
Obviously, Moo hasn't had near enough to drink this
Well,
evening.
all my
Clearly.
family left, so I don't drink as much as when they're here.
That's something.
This is the moderate move. Moderate move.
Yeah, Moo let me down the other night. I was expecting a nice drink off and everything, and then he shows
Bullshit!
up.
I downed the rest of my Crown Royal on tape. What are you
Oh
talking
man,
about?
that was nothing.
Yeah, third of a bottle.
We didn't even make it to Bigfoot drunk. I mean, we had plenty of room to go.
That Bigfoot drunk is a myth. We can never. I don't think we could ever repeat that, Rob, unless you have a whole week off to recover.
Yeah, I'd probably need it. That recovery was bad. It was bad.
But
Yeah,
I
Well,
didn't.
it wasn't bad,
Indeed.
but the video I can't share in the bathtub was horrible. It was horrible.
But you could always, be like Moo and, be on two different panels that had some awkward moments.
Like mood. If I could be like Moo.
Amber. And what was the other one?
On Carolina EDC, the one-eyed angry monster.
Oh, it. That's what Midnight kept saying. He goes, "Man, that thing looks angry. It's looking right at you."
My question is, why was Midnight studying it so much? Where's Midnight? We need to question him. I heard about that
What?
for a month from Midnight and only Midnight. Everybody else, no comments on it. There was the occasional mention for a day. Midnight was on that for a week, and then everybody would say Midnight's got the picture saved, and no one would say the obvious.
Moo still has the picture. He can text it to you or email it to you.
I'm good.
I'm looking right now.
It's a sad individual that gets their rocks off on like saying, "Oh, I showed my ass" or whatever, and they don't know who it is. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't get how that pleases people. But there's some weird people out there.
Definitely.
Really, we've just spent 2.5 hours making toilet jokes.
Yeah,
We didn't
but
show it.
I mean, it seems like it's
The man has
I
a
don't
point.
know, like something you're supposed to grow out of or pass. I mean, we all do some stupid jokes, but we're not running around screaming, "Pull my finger" and farting in each other's face. I mean, there's
Let's just say if that was my Johnson, I'd admit to it. That's what
Yeah, I'd totally be like, when's your next chat?
And that's why your all the commercials on your channel is all about like the lawnmower shaver. Because that was silky smooth.
Oh my gosh. What the hell's wrong with you people? Did you ever do the wristwatch? Does everybody know what I mean by the wristwatch?
No, but everyone's bailing. Everyone out in the crowd is like, we're gone.
Not everybody.
What are we down to? 17 people. Oh yeah. It's almost over
Six
now.
of them are on the panel.
They're looking for their Apple Watch right now.
I need to see what my heart rate's at. So the new Wonder Woman movie, I don't know if I want that one or not. Of course, watching her run around in that costume is totally worth its weight. All right, let's see.
talking about Wonder Woman or the wife.
Wonder Woman. My wife only runs around in clothes that make her look like she's not from the South. And she's definitely from the South.
Pork Conservative says Rob slamming shots of Ripple.
I'm not drinking nothing now.
I know you're
Okay.
enunciating just fine.
Yeah, we can understand what you're saying. What the
Heart
heck?
rate.
Damn it! Saturday night. What the fuck are you doing?
Look, dude, my account got hacked. That was not me.
Damn, everything closed early tonight.
Well, it's Saturday night. Everyone wants to hit the clubs.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Sorry, this is 2020. There is no clubs.
So there's a Taco Bell
No,
3.5
there's always
minutes away
clubs.
from my house. How judgmental is the Uber Eats guy going to be? If I order Taco Bell and have it delivered.
Well, wait.
Oh.
How many tacos did you get?
12.
No, I haven't done it yet, but I was going to order food, but man, everybody is closed.
It's like 10 o'clock. Of course. Do you not realize that the COVID gets worse at 10 o'clock?
Oh yeah, you better hurry up.
The coronavirus.
10 p.m.
We were on a sales meeting one time. And we had the shuttle was bringing us back from the bar to the hotel, and we talked the guy into going through the Taco Bell drive-through, and we ordered 100 hard-shelled tacos.
Outstanding.
And they wouldn't even answer us back on the speakerphone. On the, and the driver's like, I'm the driver, and they are serious. I wonder how many spitter tacos we got that night.
You know what? Just chew it up. It's extra protein. We had a birthday
Nasty,
party.
bro. They
one
were
time.
scraping the bottom of that bat with like the spatula thing, trying to get every little drop of that nasty shit off to put in your taco.
How
That
gross!
is
How gross is that?
mystery meat. Haven't
Oh,
you
it was
heard
like
all
2
the
in the morning too. It had to be botulism central.
If you're not drunk, you shouldn't order Taco Bell. You should have more sense than that.
Good
No, you
White
have to.
Castle. Get about 100 White Castles. Hell yeah.
Oh my God, I miss White Castle. We have Crystal out here, which is pretty close. Oh, is Crystal?
That's good junk food. White Castle.
Whoa, wait.
Friends
I
don't
want
let
Crystal.
friends eat Taco Bell.
Crystal is not what you want to be ordering. I'm just saying.
Dude, my wife is at her parents' house. I can fart my brains out and nobody will be offended.
Oh, that's not.
Wife comes home and starts smelling. What is that smell? Oh my
the,
God.
The house has to be fogged out.
It's not as bad as one of the time one of the cats crawled into one of the open litter things and took a crap in it, and on its way out kind of left it half closed. And so my wife went to refill the litter box after I cleaned it, and she poured it out, and there's this big old juicy turd right on the top. And she was like, "Oh my God!" It was great.
The closest White Castle to my house is Kenosha, Wisconsin.
You can make it.
Okay.
I'm in
I got
I'm in
dragged
West
to Columbia,
Michigan.
Missouri. Don't feel bad.
Just said
So-
you could
I
make
don't
it.
have an answer for that.
Oh,
Is there
shut
something
up.
else that-
now.
So only
I'm
one
not married,
person.
I get the last word.
You see,
Don't rub it in.
Crystal's Rock.
Crystal isn't open. How is Crystal not open?
I knew
maybe
a
they don't
Crystal,
deliver.
and she had a problem with rock.
Did
Yep.
she?
Yeah.
I think we've all met one.
Oh, White Castle's open till midnight.
Nice. I just got an invitation from Mid-Atlantic Holsters. Does anybody know Mid-Atlantic Holsters?
Rings a bell, but I don't know shit about them.
Okay.
Nah,
In the middle of
I
the
was saying-
Atlantic somewhere.
I've seen their ads.
yeah, it sounds familiar, but I don't know anything about him.
Well, I'm going to let them follow me because Sarah Staples in her bikini is also wanting to join my Instagram tonight.
Google shit. Staples.
You got a straight up drug dealer that
What? That
follows
means
me
she
on
gets extra-
Instagram.
Dude, I have a couple of those.
Pictures
really?
of drugs and guns, and then those little packets that they swallow.
hmm
It's got a tray of those and one picture. I didn't follow him back.
So girls get extra credit or approval just because they're in a bathing suit?
Well, yeah.
I don't invite them.
I'm
For
just verifying.
Instagram, I don't, man. I'll help bring them into Facebook because they eventually will lead to other gun guys, right? Because they've liked and brought them on board also because they like TNA too. But on Instagram, I try to keep that human beings. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just asking. I'm just putting it out. I know I'm personally not sub to a single gun bunny.
Oh,
far as
gun
I
bunnies.
recall,
No, I
so,
don't have a gun buddy,
yeah.
buddy.
So it's not that. It's just the whole let me take 2 shots and show my ass shake. I mean, it really, it's ass is nice, but if you can't do nothing with it, what the hell's the point in staring at it all day? It doesn't make any
Right.
sense to me. I don't know. So I don't know. Just
Yeah.
not my thing, I guess. But
So you're
I've had
wait a minute.
comments
Let me
lately-
clarify something. So you're sub to a bunch of gun guys, right?
Yeah.
So you prefer
Well,
to
not
see.
just guns, but yeah.
Okay, so your preference is to see gun guys shake their ass. Is that correct?
No, I'm not looking for anybody
Look-
to shake
look,
their ass.
dude,
I'm
dude,
looking
dude,
for
dude.
like
Nobody's
movement
judging.
or a gun or something,
Right. And you
something
prefer to see a man,
educational. Like I know about
strong,
ass shaking, you know what I
virile
mean?
man.
If I want to see that, I need to put the phone down, not like keep playing with it. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. To me, it's just not. It's not what I'm there for at that time. If that makes any
Right.
sense. So, I don't know.
Okay.
I've
So-
gone through my search thing and checked, and if they're not doing any kind of channel, there's been a couple females, and I just kick it out of my loop. And I mean, no disrespect, but
Yeah.
I'm not just keeping you in my list because you got to keep faith. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not that easy.
Do we know a gun lady that does active content and actually talks about like the kind of shooting that
Yes.
we talk about? Who?
Yeah.
Terry
Actually,
Sloan.
No,
Who?
there's a few of them. Like over on Instagram, which I gotta get her to come
Yes,
join
yes.
us.
That's a question for a roll call.
Star
We-
Snoop Dogg.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's cool.
Is
She does a lot of content over on Instagram and everything, and I have her email address, and I keep
She's a badass. She has like a
Yeah.
3rd or 4th degree black belt, maybe even 5th. I don't know.
She is, yeah.
I think it's Armed and Feminine. I believe the channel.
I
is.
have Armed and Feminine. Yeah.
Okay, like her, I like in a sense for the fact that she doesn't have her tits out. She's not selling a sex image. She's selling I'm sure she's
So-
selling something, but it's an image that's fine for your grandmother to look at something or your
Yeah.
child or what, you know what I mean? It's more,
Yep.
it represents women in a more positive way than, hey, look at my tits and how this shakes when I pull the trigger. You know what I mean? So
So
that I
I
have respect
pulled
for.
up- I pulled up Mid-Atlantic holsters, and it says American-made, veteran-owned. We are an American company, 100% comprised of retired combat military veterans and law enforcement officers.
Yeah.
We
I would
have
buy something
used-
from her.
We have used our own situational experience and core values to provide you with the best handcrafted concealment holster on the market. We can't thank you enough for trusting us with the safety of your family. We take that very serious. We stand behind our products. We stand with Old Glory, and we stand together. All holsters are made in the U.S. and shipped within 3 to 5 business days. So
I'm gonna order a holster from them.
let's look at some OWB holsters, because I just like OWB. And we'll scroll down. Let's go to Sig
Looks like
Sauer.
they're all Kydex.
I like IWV.
Well,
That's because you're a
then pull it
skinny
up.
bastard.
Skinny bastard.
No
Skinny
belly
fat.
equals IWB. Okay, I found a crystal that will deliver with
To
no
Michigan?
delivery charge to not to Michigan. Sorry. So I have crystals on the way.
Okay.
I knew a crystal that would deliver once.
Right?
When the wife's out of town, you know.
We're
And then the
back
penicillin
door.
takes 10 days, then she could redeliver.
So
Oh
they
my
have-
God.
She delivered all right.
Mm-hmm.
There's a package to deliver.
Yeah,
So
like
they have-
Freda Felcher. I know your whole twisted story.
Freda Felcher.
Don't Google felching, by the way.
Oh God. Blue waffle.
Okay, that is a nice
What-
paddle
did-
right
did you
there.
Google
Nice.
Freda
Nice.
Felcher.
I mean,
You like it when she paddles. Okay.
We watched Dumb and Dumber this week. That was funny.
Oh, that's a great movie. The second one, oh my God, that scene where he's in the assisted living community or whatever, the mental ward. He's like, ha ha, I got you. I laughed my butt off at that. I thought that was the funniest crap I'd ever seen.
Made in the USA.
yeah. They've
I
got-
watched Die Hard like a good American yesterday.
We do the days leading up to. We watch Die Hard 1, then we watch Elf, and then we watch Die Hard 2, and then we watch the Santa Claus, and then we do the Rudolph on Christmas Day. We do all the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer claymations. And so those are our Christmas
Perfect.
movies. And then we do at Christmas for lunch, when we're eating Christmas lunch, we watch National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Because that is genuinely one of the funniest movies ever.
So you can get that in the left-handed.
Oh, that's pretty. Is that with an APX? Very nice.
That's the SIG.
Yeah. Oh, is it? No, that's the APX though.
Nope.
That
that is-
weapon in that holster is an APX. That's a Beretta APX.
Yeah, did you say you can't get it in the left hand?
no, you can.
Oh, I was gonna say that just seemed stupid if you couldn't. I mean, you know, if you can
Some
go
holsters-
right, why couldn't you make it so? Well, you know what I mean? Yeah, I realize it can. I'm just saying that would be pretty dumb.
It's a business decision. The wrong-handed people are less in population.
Hey,
For
defense
defense,
dad,
Dad,
I
Oh.
have one and I like it.
I did a video on comparing that to a core belt.
Yeah, you did.
Oh.
X belt versus core belt. That
Man.
is a 6-month review.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've got two.
Technically, you don't have to be left-handed to use a left-handed holster either. So
You know what?
depending
I
on
think
the
I
position
bought that
and
belt
stuff,
on
so.
your recommendation.
they're both the core and the next belts are good belts. I think I don't
really
have any
like the
problems
core.
with them. I prefer the core just because it's stiffer. I like it stiffer.
God damn it, mouse.
The core has the plastic inner piece that gives it the stiffness, and the
Mhm.
next belt doesn't. It kind of has a webbing on the outside that gives it its stiffness.
I bought
But they're
two
both
core
good.
belts. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
Oh, here's a pro tip. When you put the belt on for the first time, make sure you know how to get it unhooked, especially if you're going through a metal detector at a jail.
Oh, man.
I was going to turn in a purchase receipt for a pistol, and the sheriff's office, the door during COVID at the back of the place is locked. You got to go around the front. Well, the front's opening also to the jail, so you got to go through the damn, metal detectors and stuff. And I'm wearing my suit because I was taking a break from work, and I put this thing on. I never took it off yet, and they're like, "Well, put your belt over here," and I'm like, "How does this goddamn thing work?" It's like I was pushing on it, pulling on it. I'm like, "Oh yeah, the lever's open towards the front,"
I've never been in this belt before, and they all start eyeballing you suspiciously. I feel so bad for this lady. She's from France, and she's always asking to be my friend on Facebook because she thinks I'm her grandson. And there's something clearly wrong with her, right? She's got some type of mind-altering situation. And, you feel like a complete jerk.
That's okay.
Yeah, it's kind of a tough one in a sense. You don't want to be rude, but at the same time, you don't want to get involved either. So,
Right.
You should ask her for some bail money because you're stuck in Mexico.
Nah. It's better
Well,
if I use a French city.
I had a customer once whose wife had something, dementia or something. She always got excited when we showed up. She acted like I was her boyfriend. Like, no joke. And the husband just laughed about it. Like, I felt awkward as hell. I had to go to court and testify for these people in a fraud case and everything.
Oh.
I get to the court, and we got all these witnesses sitting there. And this lady comes running up to me and hugs me, and she comes down sitting next to me, and everybody's just looking back and forth like, what's going on? Dude, it was a weird feeling spot. The prosecutor's giving me the stink eye and shit. Like, it takes a minute for everybody to realize what's going on. And the husband just thought it was the funniest damn thing, would laugh his ass off about it. And it was awkward.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of what this is like, and she gives me an invitation to be her friend on Facebook every couple of weeks, and so I friend her and then unfriend her because I figure it's giving her something to do.
Well, grandson's better than boyfriend when he's like
Rob,
75 and just ready to put her tongue down your throat. So
I'm just saying, dude. Everybody likes it some way, dude.
I'm just not going to read Defense's comment that's on the screen.
What does it say?
That's funny.
Okay.
Oh, God, it's horrible.
So let's start wrapping this up. We've been going at it for a little over 4 hours. Mr. Gizzard, you got anything you want to promote?
Got a show tomorrow. If anybody wants to get up and watch it, it's on. It's on at 10 o'clock in the morning Eastern time, 9 o'clock Central. It's called the Early Bird Show, and might even be good. So check it out and see.
It's got to be better than what's been going on the last 2.5 hours here.
Yeah, it'd be more of the same, probably.
Same players.
Same players, yeah, pretty much.
Not as many dick jokes.
Hopefully.
Mr. Moo, you got anything you're actually going to produce besides porn?
Cow porn. No, I'm just here for the free food.
Okay. Well, at least you're honest about it.
It's not free.
Right? Don't worry. You'll catch that same
food.
You'll realize Rob can tell you all about what happens with the free food.
Don't turn your head too long.
Mr. Rob, you got anything you want to promote? Any new videos coming out? Any shorts that you're going to do? Anything like that?
Not yet. I'm still trying to get my response to Carolina EDC out there, so I didn't forget about it. But other than that, no, nothing ready to go. So just thanks for having me, and take care, everybody.
You're welcome. Thanks for being on the panel this evening. Mr. DM Foss, co-host extraordinaire.
For those of you who may not be sub to Kingpin, check out his channel. Great guy, does a lot for a lot of channels and never asks for anything in return. He was in here earlier, but he usually gets tuckered out. Poor little fella. Usually doesn't make it till the end.
Poor little buddy.
But I'll give him a sub. Check him out. Yeah, I forgot what else I'll say. I don't know what my closer is.
Mr. Nighthawk Medic, I know you've got to have something entertaining coming up for us.
I have a shotgun coming up that's actually pretty cool. I've been having a lot of fun with it. And so that's coming this next week, though. I put out a lot of videos in the last week. So I'm going to give everybody a little break from the channel reminders for me. But go ahead.
I just have one question for you.
Shoot.
How many weeks do we have to wait for the one-on-one kickboxing competition where you get tapped into submission?
Samantha would beat me like a drum. I'm telling you right now. And by the way, she's got friends in this community besides me. And so they are telling her that you guys want to see her beat me like a punk. And she's like, we need to do another collaboration video, because if you go to Rodent Hit Kickboxing, my video's over there, because she's pushing to get women empowered, and she's pushing to get women in shape so they can take care of themselves. She's kind of like me. She envisions rougher times ahead, and she believes that women should be able to take care of themselves. And so I joined up with her because I've got to work on my empty-handed skills. I'm getting a little fat in my older years. And so she was all on board, combining our two channels and working together on this. So it's fun. But she was like, yeah, we ought to spar. You'll put on some pads and I'll hit you like this. And then I'll do a running fly tackle on you and catch you with an elbow. And I'm like, all of this hurts me just to hear you say it.
Yeah, but I mean, come on. Just video it. You don't know how much your channel will explode. You will hit like 5,000 viewers, 5,000 channel friends. I mean, and then you can help carry us up to the 1,000. I'm pretty sure Gizzard would love to hit 1,000. Foss would love to hit 1,000.
Yeah.
Can't you just take a written test, Medic?
I bet I could pass the spell ow. But yeah, that's there's actually going to be a lot more things coming out of that. There's going to be some shorts out of Rodent Hit Kickboxing. So I will pad up and I'll let her wallop on me a little bit, because that's basically what that's going to look like. There's lots of stuff coming though, but guys, gals out there, if you're not already subbed to everybody on the channel, go ahead and do it. And G20, thanks for having me, man. It was fun.
You're welcome. If you got any closing plug or any closing lines, you might say them now, because